Right, I'd like to call the Municipal District of Tabor, December 9th, 2025, Committee of the Whole meeting to order. 9 o'clock. We have an agenda in front of us. I would like to add one more item on to closed session, and it would be on the ATIA on a legal matter. So that would be 5.7. Is that what you'd like to call that?
Sure.
Okay. Is there any other additions or deletions? Yes.
I'm not sure if that's the same legal matter I'm thinking of. If it is, I think we should deal with it before anything else, before we start.
Okay.
I'd like to put it first, because it really affects everything else we're gonna talk about, if it's the same one I'm thinking about, the letter we got yesterday.
Yeah, that is definitely.
So I think we should deal for that before we start
You'd
talking.
like to put it at the
Very beginning.
closed session at the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay. Council, do you have any issue with dealing with the matter at the beginning? Okay, so is there any other additions or deletions to the agenda? So seeing none,
I can accept the agenda with the change
thank you,
as presented.
thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? That is carried. So before I go to that item, I would, if you're okay with it, Martin, I would prefer to do declaration of conflict and confirmation of minutes. Does that work for you?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, so I'd like, at this point, any declarations of conflict? And then confirmation of minutes for the December 2nd, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting.
I can move those.
Thank you. Lane moves the December 2nd, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting minutes. Any questions? Those in favor? Those are carried. So at this time, we will move into closed session. We do have 3 items, but I think we'll just stick with that sole item at this time, if that's okay with administration.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so the closed session is pursuant to 1972 of the MGA and section 20, 21, and 23 regarding legal matters and privileged information. So at this time, a motion to go into closed session.
I'll make that move.
Okay. Martin makes the motion to go into closed session at 9:03. Any questions? Those in favor? Thank you. Okay, we'll make a motion to come out of closed.
I'll move that we come out of closed session.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? 9:17.
Favor.
Thank you. We will continue on with number 5, the lands planning and development, the land sale policy.
Yep. So,
Yeah.
Bryce Serino will present the agenda topic.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so we have the draft land sales policy. So there's two parts. There's two attachments. One is a proposed procedure that that our team has developed in response to these next steps with regards to the land management strategy development. And so ultimately a land sales policy. And these are also next steps as far as utilizing the existing policies and leases that have been approved at the MD of Taber. And so as we proceed to look at the land sales policy, we felt it appropriate that because we have the opportunity in the new policies to do for the tenant to purchase, as well as for the land sales to be implemented, that we wanted to look at the procedures and use that as a discussion platform. We realize that, as a committee, this is an opportunity to unpack the topic and look at the key elements of a land sales policy. We've also included in the package some policy from rural municipalities, similar municipality size, and some that have dealt with tax recovery lands as far as ownership of tax recovery lands and sales of tax recovery lands. And so we've used that as some reference and some experience in the region. When we look at the memo, we identify, if you go to the rationales portion, we identify the importance of looking at a decision matrix. So this is not this particular item, but linking land sales to a decision, what we were terming a decision framework, a decision-making framework, and essentially the opportunity for the MD of Taber Council to participate in developing a list of priorities for the organization, taking a look at, we've given a list, so I won't go into that item specifically right now, but just the importance of how that links to the sales of lots, or sales of land, sorry. We've attached A, so we'll just go right into the attachment A, Arliss, if you can bring that up. And attachment A identifies outright, it just as I stated, the decision-making framework and how important that is to the consideration for sales at the MD of Taber, consideration of sales for municipally owned lands, as well as what we've broken down into we use the term options, 4 options for proceeding with or looking at in consideration of land sales. The first one that's being presented is an offer where the municipality looks at the land as a whole and makes an offer for leaseholders that are in good standing with the MD of Taber, an offer to purchase the land. And then we go into a number of steps and we can go through those. Brian, I'll maybe just ask you if you could participate here. I'll let you walk through the current leaseholder purchase option. And so we've identified 6 steps in going through that essentially for that single option. And I'll just get Brian to kind of walk through that first and foremost.
Basically, I'm just going to go through them in order here from 1 onward, and this is just a very preliminary. If council chooses to go in a direction that they want to offer sales to the current leaseholders, we're proposing a one-time endorsement by council to have this happen to leaseholders that are good standing for lands which they're currently leasing at appraised value. No, I guess we currently do have this option, a option in our current policy, our grazing policy, but this is different in the fact that we're offering to them without a competitive bid. This is just an option as to exclusive right for them to purchase their lands at the appraised value. So if a leaseholder expresses an interest in purchasing their leased lands from the MD, we'll commission an appraisal for the lands with a third-party appraiser. Won't be disclosed to the leaseholder just for to prevent undue and inappropriate influence of the appraiser. If they knew who it was, they could reach out to them and try to influence them for a certain price, I guess. So if the leaseholder accepted an appraised value that we get through the appraiser, that then the offer to purchase purchase agreement would be then offered to the leaseholder with certain conditions for time, for financing, and closing date coincides with the lease expiration, although this is likely not possible given current timelines. So I guess given that we're still not quite there as far as and some of the leases are expiring in 2 months, this might be a something that we revisit in the post lease new policy implementation, I guess.
Brian, if I may, I just will introduce the second one. So that was the option where we essentially look at an appraised value. Some of the options that we've also seen are multiple appraised values. You know, when we're looking at what they consider to be like the fair market value and averaging appraisals, there's different options that go along with that as well. So again, we're just unpacking the topic and looking at the different options that are available. So this was an option where, again, like Brian mentioned, it's the land would be we'd reach out to the leaseholders, give them the option, and then take a look at appraised value of the property, and then also have the opportunity for council to still have that opportunity. Again, this is where it links back to the decision-making framework on whether or not the land is to be sold prior to the sale. The second one, and we can just go through them. Again, it's up to committee, however you would like to go through them. We can just go through, list the 4 options. We have some questions that'll help with the discussion as well. And if you'd like, we can just continue until we have some questions, and we can go from there. Okay, so the second one, the current leaseholder, the option to trigger the purchase option. And then again, I'll just turn it over to Brian. We can walk through each of the options, but this is the second option is what we identified.
Okay. The MD could allow the leaseholder to trigger a sale of appraised value at any time during the first 5-year lease. The land could be offered for sale to the public by auction or following the procedure above.
Okay, and and we didn't go into as much depth on some of these. So the third option would be the land auction for purchase option. So go ahead, Brian.
Okay. The land could be put up for auction as suggested other times with established reserve bids at the end of the 5-year lease term with no right of refusal to the current leaseholder. And then the established reserve bids would probably be through an appraisal type mechanism as well. The last one there, the leaseholder can trigger a sale at any time during the 5-year lease. The land would be offered for sale to the public by auction with no first right of refusal option to the current leaseholder, which is basically what the policy states now. The newly established policy that it will come into effect when the leases expire in 2026, the tax recovery leases. All funds received from the land sale could go into a municipal trust reserve with conditions and restrictions in place on the amount that can be withdrawn and the purpose for the withdrawal. Returns can be used for critical infrastructure replacement and or investment. Fund management options are available to ensure returns could be used for critical infrastructure replacement and or investment. Fund management options available to ensure legislative compliance. To support long-term municipal infrastructure investment needs. Okay.
Before I get too confused, Is this to sell all the land, or is this if the leaseholder doesn't want to lease it anymore? Is this the policy that we just sell it all? Or is this if a leaseholder doesn't
maybe I'll take
want
that.
to lease it anymore, and then
I'll take
we,
that.
Okay.
I'm a little confused on what we're doing here.
Braces.
Yeah, I think I'll just highlight that this is a land sales policy. So this policy would apply to any land, whether number of acres, an acre to a quarter, any size of a sale that we do. This would be the policy that we would apply when we sell land. So I've seen in different examples where if there's under a certain amount of acres, they're dealt with independently. Although essentially the policy would apply to the sale of any lands outside of our hamlet lots, because we are developing a lot sales policy that would apply to our lots in the hamlets, residential, commercial, and industrial.
So this isn't necessarily triggering a sale. So if we got a small farmer that can't afford to buy it, he could still lease it then, if it's up to us to decide if we want to put it for sale then, correct?
And that's where we tied back to the decision-making framework. So as we, again, that's so important to consider these together, is that the land sales is ultimately a policy that'll help us develop policy around the sale of lots or sale of lands. Other policies, the decision-making framework will provide for that decision-making or help support that decision-making from a council perspective. And this is just procedurally, how do we go about the sales? What are the priorities for the municipality as far as obtaining market value? Those key aspects that the municipality be interested in the sale of lands. Yeah.
Thank you.
So in order to move forward, I guess, in for the development of the policy or whichever direction council sees fit, some of the questions that we'd need answered in order to proceed would be there's been discussion around the restricted covenant that could be placed on the sale of lands if it was sold, restricting the type of use as far as grazing versus breaking cultivation of that land. With some correspondence that's happened in the past with the province and resolutions that have been made in council. And if the leaseholder is not willing to pay the appraised value after they trigger a sale, what happens after that? Does the lease revert back to them, or does it go up for tender, for purchase publicly, or out for tender for lease? Some of the other things we should look at, I guess, when this was also will factor back into the decision-making framework or matrix would be that would the MD consider enhancing the value of existing lands through alternative uses, i.e. irrigation, for an example, prior to any sales to capture the value that the private person would achieve, I guess, if they were to acquire our lands at values just based on grassland.
Maybe it'd be helpful too if we so we've gone through those, but if we go back, so I did want to add to, and sorry, I don't mean to jump around too much here, but from the investment, when we talked about where the funds would go, so in the sale of lands, again, it doesn't matter how many acres they would go into, we'd be proposing different options, but one of the ones that came up was looking at, because of the priority of the municipality to utilize funding of that nature for whether it be capital infrastructure, service deliveries, for the municipality, to support the municipality long term, we would be looking at reserves, looking at options around what's listed as a municipal trust / reserve. And again, these are just options to provide a path forward as far as utilization of it as an investment. So the property, if the land was sold, the funds would go into a reserve, and then there would be options that would be presented to the municipality, again, in the spirit of trying to provide that long-term funding for infrastructure and the needs of the municipality. I don't know if that wasn't really listed as one of the topics for discussion. We certainly can take questions along the way, but that was just to state that there are many options that are there, and we certainly will be prepared to look at all of them. There are some examples out there of breaking it into 96% and 4%, 96% to a reserve and 4% to operating, different models for, again, in the spirit of sustainability, looking at the long-term needs of the municipality. So we'll maybe we can leave it at that. And if there's any questions on each of those items, we certainly can circle back. The restricted covenant, if we just talk about that. So when we're looking, of course, in a land sales policy, in the sale of tax recovery lands, there is a there's a resolution that speaks to it. And so this would then have three parts to it. It would be, and Brian, actually, let me grab it here. There would be three parts to it that would be for council to consider. Is there would be a no cultivation of the lands, will not be drained, or that water will not be diverted, and will not be sold. So those are three that go along with the restricted covenant that was proposed and that was put that was resolved by council in the past. And so if low land is sold, that would apply. So we'd have to consider
Just for clarification, when the land was transferred, was there was an intention or a discussion about a caveat, but was that a caveat put on any of those lands?
maybe I'll,
We've searched many of our titles, and there was never any encumbrance put on the titles as a caveat or anything or otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
and again, it was linked to the sale of them, right? So if the land is sold, or if we were considering a land sales policy, this would take into consideration, because it would have an impact on potentially on the sales, for instance, or it may have an impact on purchaser when they purchase the land. So again, we can just work through them, and as questions come up, and then we can circle back. The second item was the
Murray has a question. Oh, you're okay. So yeah, let's keep going.
I've-
Yep, Ernie, yep.
So that raises an interesting question in my mind. So if scope goes through, we're not prevented from cultivating it. But if a caveat on the land is that if we sell it, it can't be cultivated, that means we can't sell that land, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just something that ran through my mind.
The person you sell the land to can't sell the land.
Okay,
and it is linked to the sale.
yeah,
So yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah, fair enough.
My concern with the caveat is it does probably limit the price. But that will be a decision that we have to make as far as, do we preserve the grass, right? But if you know you can't sell it or have alternate use, there is limitations for sure. But that may be our intention.
Well, and another thing that's crossed my mind in it, where was I gonna go with this? Oh, never mind.
Okay, we can continue on, but at any time, if council has questions, just, yeah. Mark.
So I guess with that caveat, really, if, so not to tie their hands, they could always sell it back to us, and then if we decide we want to do with it, that way their hands aren't tied, we buy it back from them, we can have that in there, and then if it's to be whatever else done with it, then if we put that in, they always have that out where we can purchase it back from them and move on from there. It's not limiting the cost then, because they can't sell it. If they want to sell it, we can have the right to purchase it back, and then we can do with what we see fit.
And would we have is your vision that we would have the right to buy it back at the price they bought it? They bought it from the MD of Tabor, or are we going to have to factor in improvements, inflation, all of those things?
Yeah, we'll have to factor that in if they do improvements or whatever. Or we can just say we sell it and we buy it back at the same price, and because it's their choice to sell it back to us, so I guess they would know the improvements they put in, and it wouldn't tie their hands. At least if we say they can't do anything with it, then we kind of tie their hands. But if we say we'll buy it back at the same price, they know the inputs they're putting in then, and they know if they want to sell it, we have the right to buy it back. Then it's all up front, and everybody knows what they're getting into.
Yeah, so just so that council knows, I wouldn't be in favor of that. If we're selling land, if we decide that we want to sell land, then I would be in favor of selling that land. And I am not in favor of selling all 82,000 acres, but to put those criteria on, because I read this as the land sales process, not just This one does say offer to current leaseholders, but there's other factors. And I- I just think once we start tying hands of private ownership, no different than the MD of Tabor's lands is tied with right now due to perception, I think it's a very slippery slope. But if we don't want to sell land because we don't want to break grass, that's a different discussion.
Yeah, so, regarding the last line there, does the MDT have a desire to limit, restrict land sales to only residents with the MDT, within the MDT? And I am in favor of restricting only to residents, the resale of land, because it concerns me that these investment companies are coming in and tying up land that'll never ever get sold again unless the economy really goes pits or something like that. And that land is available for rent, yes, but it's not available for purchase, and that I have a problem with.
And again, I'm in favor of having a restriction. I would broaden it a bit to MDT taxpayer, just because we currently have leaseholders who reside out of our geographical boundary, but they do hold leases. So I'm reluctant to cut them out. But I also know that there would be certain people who would say, depending on who the sale goes to today, that land may never come back for sale. So whether it's a group, once it's sold, that's not the MD of Tabor's issue. But I feel on this initial round, if we're going to sell any, that they should be MD of Tabor ratepayers.
I agree with that.
Okay, Lane.
Except that an investment company based out of Toronto that owns property in the MD of Tabor is an MD of Tabor ratepayer.
Mhm.
And we need to be aware that if the intention is to make sure that it's someone that resides in and has a corporate presence in the community, that is clearly understood so that it would eliminate that possibility. There's a difference between being a ratepayer and being a resident of the region.
I don't disagree with that, but there will always be what ifs and always could be someone behind. But how do you feel about those folks who have leases who live outside our geographical boundary?
If they living outside of the geographical boundary could include someone in Tabor, Vauxhall, Barnwell, or it could be someone residing in the neighboring rural municipalities as well. We can narrow that down. And I think that we wouldn't want to be so specific that you have to actually reside within the geographic boundaries of the MD of Tabor region. We've got to be prepared to extend it beyond that, but I believe that we have an interest in making sure that there is going to be a residency requirement for purchasers to reside in southern Alberta. I don't think that we're interested in opening the door wide open so that there's corporate interests from outside of Alberta that are going to be benefiting from becoming a large landholder in the MD of Tabor.
Thank you. Martin?
Yeah, so I agree with Ernie, because if we lock it in now to say your ratepayers, then some of the big investment firms, if I'm being clear, are going to be included in the ones being able to buy, but no other big investment firms will. So we're only going to have a couple big investment firms that are going to have the right to buy. And I kind of like Councillor Lane's idea where at least you have to reside in southern Alberta. So you're not limiting just to keep the money local.
He makes a good point.
Absolutely. And I think as a council, we can make our intention clear, but residency can be challenging. But I don't disagree that that would be our intention, that our regional and local residents should have the first opportunity. I completely concur with that. It's just what is the language that prohibits any big group? Is there any comments on any of the other points that have been brought forward on this attachment A that you'd like to discuss?
Are we making a decision on this today, or are we gonna get a chance to chew it over in our minds?
Well, Martin,
I would like to be able to discuss this with some of my constituents, not just like, I'm getting new information, so I feel I should talk to them and get their opinions on it. I wouldn't feel comfortable making a decision now without talking to everybody that's phoning me. Everybody's been phoning me on it, so I would like them to give their word on it and before I make any decision personally.
so at some point, council has to make a motion of whether we're going to go forward or not. And so I guess the one thing I wanted to clarify with this group is we have a motion to pause and receive information. So right now we are having a bit of discussion and debate on what we foresee is going forward. So as council feel satisfied, they have the information from administration on the information up to this point, so that we can sort of start delving into these, because at some point we're going to have to make motions and make a plan, or make a plan that, you know, we're not going to renew the leases at the end of February. Like, we do have some timely decisions we have to make, or make a motion that extends things. So I just need some feedback from council if you want admin to continue providing information, or if we were ready to get into the meat of the discussion.
Can I ask a question? It seemed like that the motion that was put forward to pause restricted discussion. I think we got to stop that part of it. We need to get discussing. So we've got to modify the motion somehow, because we got to get moving. But I don't think we're in a place where we're ready to unpause the whole scope reservoir thing. I think and I don't think we want to pause. I don't think, if we're going to do it, I don't think we need to pause. I don't think we should pause right now. But we need to work that through. But somehow that was, I don't know, I felt like it was kind of restricting, and obviously lots of discussion's been going on anyway. And so we just need to lift that and get moving. Yeah.
I'm in favor of that, because we need to, if we have ideas that we want to bring forward, that's either going to change the policies that come into effect March 1st, or if we're going to start adding regarding the land sale procedures and policies, at some point we have to say, oh, we're now in the discussion phase, and that's our job.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Martin?
I feel like, just personally, like we're getting pushed into what we literally don't have to do anything. We can say the MD's been running fine for 75 years. We can just stay how we were. It's last council decision we wanted to move, so we're trying to carry on with what they did. And I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's a bad thing or whatever. But it's saying we have to make a decision. We actually don't have to make anything.
Well, go ahead, Lane.
Correction, yes, we do. Well, no, we don't. If we do nothing, the policy is already in place, and that triggers all kinds of changes that are going to take place. We have to accept the fact that the policies are in place. council has gone down this path already. What we're debating is whether that path is one that we're continue to go down, we're prepared to go down, or if we're going to make changes in what's already on the books.
The new lease plan's already in effect. Yeah, the new lease plan, when did that go into effect? Well, it was two different effective dates, one for Grays. So if we want to stop that or modify that, we have to do that, or it's just gonna happen. Yeah, it's gonna happen.
I'll go over it. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, maybe I probably worded it wrong, so I'm famous for that. It worked good for 75 years or whatever, so we as a council were kind of getting pushed to the way it was decided. We as a council could decide to go back what was done before, I think. So I don't know which way to go. I'm not saying one way is better than the other way. We have to deal with it, but we also revert back to the way it was before the decision was made that way too. So I don't want to take that one off the table either. Like, we can go back and then come up with our own new policy if we want to keep it simple. And then we progress with what this council decides we want to do. So we could revert back to what was done before they made their motion, if I'm not. And then we can come up with our own way instead of going with something that's not quite in effect yet. I'm just not sure how to proceed. I'm not saying one way is better than the other way. I'm just trying to say, like, I don't want to say we have to do it because this is what they decided. Well, can we revert back to what was done and then start over again?
So legislatively, there's motions that are on the books that come into effect when the current leases end. And so we would have to have motions that would change that. And the current leases will end. They have an end date. And so the reason for the urgency, or if you're feeling pressure, the last council felt the same, because we wanted to give ample time for the leaseholders to make a plan, because those leases come to an end, the contracts. So we do have to do something, and this council has the prerogative to make motions and recommendations to council. But I feel we are at the place that we have to do something instead of just waiting, because effectively council already made those plans.
So I've couldn't sleep last night, so I went through all your wonderful material, and I think there's some great examples, or at least things for us to think about from those from which was the other county that you got? Vulcan, right? Was Vulcan? Anyway, there's some pretty creative ideas in some of their documentation that I don't know that we might want to talk a little bit more about, but I think that, me personally, I think our current lease policy is pretty aggressive. And so if we could do some modifications, it would be nice. But like obviously the first right of refusal, I mean, John brought it up last time that maybe there was already a document before this election being circulated that leaseholders could have the first right of refusal. It was interesting that in Vulcan, they actually would put it out to tender, and then the leaseholder had the right to match the first right of, so it did bid, but then the current leaseholder actually had the option of buying it at that bid price. And the neighbors had the option to buy it if the initial leaseholder didn't buy it, which is kind of an interesting creative idea of keeping it in, groups of small farms that are in the area. I thought that was fairly creative. So there's just a lot of these details that we would need to work through, but do you think we have to lift that motion of discussion in order to get into those nitty-gritty details?
I think I'll look to administration, but my thought was lifting the motion demonstrates that council feels they've had enough background to now start working forward. Because to me, what that said is everyone on council needs to get information to be brought to speed, and then the work will begin.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing is trying to make sure we understand where we're at right now, which is that the new lease policies are in effect. And so I don't think us the new ones, understand exactly how we would back that out or change it. Do we just go through the policy? Do we work through the whole policy again, or do we just propose 3 or 4 changes and they get, I think that's what Marty, what we're trying to understand is how do we make the changes? Yeah.
Any of those options are viable because a counselor can make a motion to start going through the leases and make a motion regarding a change, and then it would get voted on, or we can look at it in its entirety. Arliss, do you want to weigh in on procedurally so that I don't run us amok?
Yeah, quite honestly, with respect to that resolution pause, I don't know if I have much value to add there. It's something I actually don't think I understand fully, so I think the discussion council's having is pretty
Do we need to?
pretty relevant with respect to moving forward.
Okay, do we need to do anything with that motion?
From an administration's perspective, it would be nice to know once it's satisfied. So council typically acts by bylaw or resolution based on Municipal Government Act, so that's how I would propose you move forward and letting administration know at least.
Okay, Lane, then David?
I would hope that by the end of the discussion that is going to take place today and possibly tomorrow, if there's a need to extend into tomorrow, we will know better if we're in a position to move ahead and act upon the resolution that has been set. What we're dealing with, there's many layers to it. And I think we're having a difficult time figuring out how we start into this process and move forward in an organized way. I've prepared something here. I'll go through it, and then I'm going to send it out to everybody so that you've got it to look at. In my mind, we need to start right at the top and work down through each of these issues. Number 1, is council prepared to authorize the sale of land? Yes or no? And I'm not expecting an answer right now, but that's the first decision. Are we prepared to authorize the sale of the land? If we do, is council going to take a position on the protection of grassland in perpetuity? That needs to be decided. Yes or no? Number 3, is council prepared to reinstate the right of assignment to immediate family members? Yes or no? Number 4, is council prepared to share mineral lease revenues? Yes or no? And if yes, what is the basis for that sharing? Number 5, and I'll email this so that you've got it, is if land is going to be sold, should it be restricted to MD region-based entities? Yes or no? Number 6, if approving a lease for sale, are we prepared to grant a first right of refusal to the leaseholder? Yes or no? And number 7, if the leaseholder has the right of first refusal, council needs to determine how the value of that property being sold is going to be established. If we work through those issues one by one, we're going to know when we come to the end of the discussion what the direction is that needs to be put in place. And that's going to trigger changes to the policies that we're discussing. And I suggest that we move forward in that manner.
I have no issue with that. Those are the same practice that we did as a previous council with public consultation and got to that point. So this council, yeah, so so I just want to go back to what Arliss said. So you want a motion that demonstrates you're satisfied that the resolution is met, the motion was met.
Yeah, at a future council meeting at some point. Doesn't stop you from discussing.
So we don't need, you
Like-
don't need to have
like
on the books.
What's on the
Committee
agenda?
of the whole recommends to council that that resolution has been satisfied.
So
you
what's
don't
on,
want that.
what's on the agenda today is policy that's yet to been, is draft policy that's yet to been drafted, like it's all brand new. Hasn't even been brought before the previous council.
Yeah, but in fairness to what Lane just brought, or not in fairness, it would help this council understand what direction
Oh, yeah,
we want to move forward with.
just make a resolution.
Okay, so if people are prepared I'll make it, that Committee of the Whole recommend to council that the resolution, and if someone can put that up in front of me. I probably have it somewhere.
Which one?
The one that was the pause.
It's in the agenda multiple
Yeah,
times.
I just got it. That's why I want it in front of me, though.
Just put the resolution number.
Yeah. Let me just bring it up. I can bring it up here. I'll just. Of course, it's not on this page. Okay, that Committee of the Whole recommend to council that Resolution C 2025-455 has been satisfied. Martin.
Just want to be clear on how this works then. So if we say we've been satisfied, does that mean we revert back to the project's gonna go ahead and they can start ripping up land and putting in pipelines is by not discussing it more? Does that mean, because that was the motion setting forth before, so does that mean the project's now started again?
Can you just,
I just need clarification on that if
can you
that's,
just make it smaller so we can see it on our screen?
that we're, because the motion was kind of related to Scope Dam, so does that mean while we're done discussing it, that means they can go ahead? I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I guess if you want to accept things out, then adjust the motion or defeat the motion and make a new motion.
I think that we're good to end this resolution because I think it doesn't do what we want, but I don't think we're ready as a group to say, oh, we're going ahead with
No,
scope.
I-
Yeah, we just got to get on with the actual, like the pause in discussion and decisions
Yes.
needs to stop. But scope needs to wait until we have our discussions and decisions. So I don't know how you say that. We just want to be able to keep going and with, as a committee here.
So
you.
my motion, it will stand, and then if people want to make different motions. So I'll read in the motion that Committee of the Whole recommend to council that resolution C 025-455 has been satisfied. So any further questions? Yes.
I appreciate the motion. I appreciate that we need to deal with this. I'm just wondering if it would be better for us to postpone the vote until after these days have been, until after we've had a chance to complete the business of these 2 days that have been set aside for dealing with this stuff. This needs to be the outcome of the discussion that takes place during the Committee of the Whole meeting that we're in today and quite possibly tomorrow if it's going to be required. I agree fully that we want council to be in a position to move ahead and no longer have our hands tied by this motion. But I don't think that we're going to be in that position until we've had the time that we're taking today and tomorrow to go through the details that are yet before us.
Yeah, I mean, my thought is, it seems like this motion, as it was presented, prohibits what we're trying to do today. It says that we're going to pause discussions and decisions regarding all of these things, and we need to start discussing and making decisions. And so I think we need a modified resolution to say exactly what you're trying to tell us. We got to lift this one, and we need to still have a pause on selling or transferring or whatever we want to do and scope down. But we need to start making, feel like we can actually have discussions and make decisions and as a group here, because this thing basically says we can't do anything.
That's how I feel, that
Yeah.
this made us into an information gathering body.
Right.
instead of going through these possible 7 questions that Lane has proposed, or that Martin has an idea on things he might like to change or bring forward. So that's the reason I'm ready to lift it. I feel we have lots of information. And now this council has to go forward and make some plans or adjustments. Doesn't finalize anything. The only thing we know for sure is the motions that are in place, they're already in place,
Yeah.
regardless of this resolution. Lane?
Okay, I understand that, just so that we're aware of what the consequence is going to be. Once this motion is lifted for the meeting on the 16th, one of the first items of business that I would anticipate being on that agenda is going to be the request that we've had and was postponed from, or to assign leases that was dealt with previously. And if we lift this motion, that will be one of the business items that needs to be brought before council and the decision made.
Right, and I think that's a good thing, that we, because that's based off of current policy, old policy, that should happen. And so I think we've got to lift this so that we can move forward, but we may want to modify this and say, we want to pause, you know, whatever you think should be in there, sales, scope down project. Like I said, I don't want to have lease transfer in there because that's old policy, and I think we need to vote on that and see if we want to do that in our next meeting. But we just need to get making decisions, discussions, and going through exactly what you're telling us. Like, I want to go through that list and chew on it. Yeah.
Yeah, so for me, when I look at it, pause any further discussions and decisions regarding lease policy, sale, lease transfer, and the scope down project. Well, those policies are already in place. So now, if this is lifted, if there is changes to be made, we can start to make them.
Yeah.
These things can't happen without, like, one, the policy regarding cultivated and grass do not come into effect till the leases are ended. So we don't have to worry that something happens precarious in between.
That's even 5 years from now, right? Like,
Could be, yes.
most of them
Yeah.
should go another 5 years.
Yeah,
We actually have 5 years to make, sorry. Yeah, like, there is a time frame here of 5 years for us to make changes. But some things, of course, scope down is already underway. We could make some big if we don't make some modifications there, we should at least talk some more about that. But that lease transfer thing, we've got to be able to get going on that. But there isn't gonna, I think we somehow need to have a motion in place that allows us a bit of time to work through this whole sales thing. Because I think there could be some really neat things that we do if we do decide to sell some of this land to make sure that people feel like they were treated fairly. Yeah.
The one thing I'll disagree with what you said is that we have all kinds of time, because really the policy would come into place when the leases end.
Yeah.
And if those leaseholders signed the contract, now we're in 5 years. So we don't have a lot of time.
No, I agree. There's a lot of things that I want to get done in the next few weeks, but not in the next few minutes. Like, we can work on this over the next few days without this being in place. Like, we can lift this motion.
That's,
Yeah, I agree.
so the motion, I'll one more time, is that the committee of the whole recommend to council that resolution C025455 has been satisfied. Any further questions or comments? Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. So, Arliss, I tried to hear one thing you were saying is that you still have things that you would like to bring forward before we get into further discussion, and they are on the agenda. So I'd like to give the agenda back to you.
That being said, if council has different, if they'd like to amend the agenda with whatever their priorities are, it's their committee meeting, so.
We'll carry on, and then with those 7 questions in mind, perhaps Lane, if you wanted to email those, then people can start to be thinking about those.
It's already gone out.
Thank you. Okay, we'll turn it back to administration.
Okay, so we are essentially have listed the questions that we had as strategic questions that surround the lot sales policy development, and then identified a couple of options with regards to the sales of lands. And again, these are all about developing land sales policy for the MD of Tabor, new land sales policy. And we certainly are open to feedback. According with the sale of lands, it was mentioned, to authorize the sale of lands, and it was mentioned also that the policy, that the direction that the municipality has currently does allow in leases, in the policies and leases, that there is the option, there is the options for sales. And then very specifically and very importantly that we've identified administratively is that there's a decision framework that is needed as part of that process for the MD of Tabor to identify the lands that are eligible for sale, essentially, that council deems eligible for sale. And so that is one of our next topics. So we certainly can move into that, but if there's any other questions or any other discussion around the items that have been listed here as part of this procedure, we can take those now, or we can move forward on our.
Well, I guess, I think we can keep going. I just have a lot of questions about everything that's already been, but we have time for that. So I think we should just keep going, yeah.
And as mentioned, it is the beginning of developing policy. So we certainly, if there are other ideas, we can look at other, like you mentioned, creative ideas of ways that we can, look at different percentages when it comes to investment, different things that can come into the sales policy that is the desire of the MD of Tabor as far as going forward, and that certainly will come. So we'll move into to the next agenda item. Okay, so the draft land decision-making framework. So we're using this term. Again, this is a tool that is intended to be for council. It is intended to be a tool for council to help to identify priorities, important aspects for council, important aspects for the MD of Tabor, as far as looking at alternatives. And it's very specifically, we've listed alternatives, proposals that are put in front of the municipality, as well as municipally owned lands that are sold. So this will be an evaluation. I don't want to float too many terms around, but like an evaluation matrix. We've listed a few. Here that we hope will function as for discussion, again, to unpack the idea of a decision-making framework. And some of them we have looked at. They're very specific. Municipalities. Extractable resources, the presence of extractable resources on MD of Tabor owned lands, gravel sources being so integral to our service delivery, things of that nature that have also been represented in other experienced or other policies that we noted in the region. And so we could start with just going through them individually and having a discussion on each individual one, or I certainly can just read them out and then we can go back and start over and go through them. Okay. So, okay. So the presence of extractable resources, we've only identified really the two, is the gravel source, oil and gas. There certainly could be, others that could be identified in there, but it's, again, those are essential elements for the municipality. For gravel, we source gravel. It's integral to our operations. The second item, determination of land that has a potential for future municipal use. So specific to the municipality, as we identify needs in the municipality, whether it be for operations or whether it be in the region, we would have a value placed on that. Again, that's a value placed on that. Environmental and historical resource considerations. So as per provincial federal legislation, they're noted on there, those apply to us. So those would be considerations that we would take into consideration regardless, that we'd be, as administration, would bring forward. And then there's considerations for contiguous tracts of land with respect to when we look at the environmental and historical resource value for linked to provincial lands, and that has been brought up in the project in the past. So we want to list that as an opportunity to consider that. The economic value, so this is just pure economic value of the whether it be revenue generation, whether it be value through other partnerships and such. But the ecological or economic value, sorry, is another item, and then economic development potential. As we look at development, and I don't want to limit it to just a discussion around corridors, but you could look at like Highway 3 corridor, Highway 36 corridor, and opportunities that present themselves along those corridors, and then being able to consider the opportunity to utilize our MD Taber lands, for some of those opportunities. We did list other factors, and I get that they're blank, and so certainly it's certainly open for discussion, and then we can look at and consider others. And then it would be the intention of administration would be to go back and once we get feedback is to take a look and list them potentially in an order, if there's an order that council or the committee wants to share, and or dive deeper into individual items. And I'll leave it with the committee to discuss.
I think I probably share a concern of just how much time it would take us to figure out the value of these lands. Like, how are we going to do this? I mean, there's some high-level surveys of aggregate that the government has already done that are online, and we can kind of lay that over the whole map and say, yes, there's like, but this is quite a process. And I think for some of these landowners that already have, requested to, that want to buy this land, we know people want to buy land. How much time do we need to figure out what we think is important? So that we can tell them, so we can kind of give them a time frame, or anyway, it's kind of detailed, and I think it's critical that because we could make more revenue as an MD by holding on to the land and doing wind farms and other things, or maybe we don't want to be, but a lot of things are going to be determined by our choice here right away, and so just getting an idea of what these pieces of land are, which ones are close to power lines, which ones are close to the highways, and then do we block off just ones that we are, just so we can let the landowners know, these ones look kind of critical to us. We just need to let you know up front that these main groupings are it's going to be a long time before we decide to sell them. The ones way out in the middle of nowhere, maybe we're more willing to sell, but it would just, in 20 years, we could look back and go, what in the world were we doing? Like, these critical pieces we needed to have. I don't know. Yeah.
How close is the MD of Taber to knowing what we would consider when you look at those rationale of those points? How close are you to having a overlay of our lands so that we know what even administration deems as critical?
I can speak to a few of the data layers that would go into as part of the process. So the note that I took there is just, the process is really important for how do we assess our individual parcels of land. What is the process we go through? How much effort would go into, and this is all operational. How do we bring that information back to council? So maybe what we could do is speak to how we would go about each of these items to help with the discussion. So maybe, and Brian, I will ask you to help as we go through here, but we have done various gravel sourcing, and maybe you could speak to the process that we do go through and how we would essentially handle that.
I think whenever a sale was proposed, that's when that would trigger us to go out with our public works or other private entities to determine whether there was gravel on those lands. So we haven't done a comprehensive look of all of our lands where gravel might be. So it's a significant hurdle to land sales if that's one of the top criteria we're using to say yay or nay to land sales. Like there's data out there in soils classifications, and that doesn't always tell you exactly what if there's gravel 2 feet below the surface.
I guess we'll give them an opportunity for administration to look at depending on the feedback we get from council and committee, how detailed, we certainly could do a full evaluation. If that was, again, if it was a priority, we certainly could identify that in our procedure as doing a full evaluation of our quarters as they come up.
So
I'll just go back to my question. On the 82,000 acres that MD of Tabor owns, administration doesn't have a map that identifies the critical lands. Does MD of Tabor, not administration, have a map that identifies critical lands for any of these developments? And I would go so far as to add recreation as well. That would be one of my points. And if the answer is no, that's fine. But we also know that that's quite daunting. Lane.
It would be a mammoth undertaking to expect administration to come in with a map saying, here's all of the land that we have and here's parcels that are of interest because it's got potential aggregate sources or other benefits for the future. If we're satisfied that we want to move ahead with offering property for sale, there are ways that it can be done that the MD would be able to retain a right to go in and mine property in the future for aggregate or other benefits. You register a caveat against title so that the purchaser knows they own the property, but the MD has a right to come back in and work out an arrangement for mining aggregate or using the land for some other purpose that doesn't prevent them from moving forward with ownership and improvement of the property. That can be done, and that's one way to move forward without expecting all of that work and investigation to be done right up front. It's just, that would be a huge undertaking that we can't expect to be completed in a timely manner at all.
Comment. I'm sure Jack Dunsmore has some ideas though of where gravel is, right? Like before he is completely retired or gone, we should probably at least get some idea of where we think there are gravel seams that he's, has an idea about.
Yeah, I think through previous administrations, Jack was kind of tasked with looking at the whole MD, not just MD lands, and trying to secure us a 50-year source of gravel, which I think he was successful in. I think we're sitting in a good position with what Jack did. But yeah, that doesn't help us 100 years from now, but certainly there's some historic knowledge there that we could tap into. But again, Jack doesn't know every quarter of the MD land either, and that wouldn't expect him to.
No, but should we have him come talk to us about the map and just so we know where some critical ones are, that because it's very expensive. I just paid, drill trucks to come in and we surveyed 600 acres of land and we drilled holes all over the place. It costs, you can't do that to all this land. We need to narrow the search. If Jack thinks he knows where some critical pieces are, I'd like to know that, and so that we could nail that down, and especially if they're in areas that you already don't have. If you already have tons of gravel in an area, you don't need to go find more. But if there's areas that we need to investigate, we should probably figure that out, I think.
Well, and this goes back to something that was said at a past councilman meeting by administration, are we in the land business? Because if you have 82,000 acres, we've had it for almost 20 years, all of it. And so if we don't know what we have, is that important to us to move forward? And it is not a fault. I am not being critical of admin. I get it. When we had something come up for sale, then the effort was put in, or when we needed gravel, the effort was put in. But if that becomes a binding factor on how we proceed, we're years out, because it's a monumental task. And we don't have the people to do that.
I just go back to my previous comment. The irrigation districts already have authority granted to them in legislation. If your land is in an irrigation service area, they have the right to come on the property and do whatever the irrigation district deems beneficial. And we can register a right, an easement against title that grants the MD similar powers. We may have an interest in plowing in fiber optic lines. You might have interest in plowing in water lines to service properties in a region. That can all be registered as an easement against title. We don't have to determine in advance which properties are going to be serviced. If we anticipate that there's going to be a future need to access that land, even though it's in somebody else's hands, that can be done up front, and the property owner knows going into it that the MD has certain rights to come back and to do those things on that land. And it could just be done as a condition of sale on any parcel that's being sold, whether it's got potential or not. We don't know what the future is going to hold, but we don't want to tie somebody else's hand from being able to use it, farm it, produce revenue, generate wealth in the region in the meantime. And there's no way that we're going to be able to sit here now and know what the future brings and what needs we might have for that land. We can have our cake and eat it too when it comes to how we move forward with this.
But probably not recreation or industrial parks or something like that, right? Like if we actually want to develop that land, we're not going to be able to just take it back, right?
I would say that from a mapping, because it was mentioned a mapping exercise, we certainly could do a pre-search, with Jack and talk to him, see if he could pin out. We've done those exercises in the past of pin out sites that he's identified, or sites that have potential. We could do that exercise, and in that same spirit of a general search or a general development of data, we could look at laying out our corridors. We could lay out, major trunk lines for power. I mean, we could look at providing those kind of mapping tools. And again, these are general mapping tools because some of them, they're not meant to be a regulatory tool, or they're meant to be just a general consideration. And so, when it comes to some of them, like the ESA and HS8, the historical resource value, these layers, we could do a mapping exercise and provide that, and then use that, as a decision-making opportunity or decision-making tool, I guess, for council. And then, of course, then council would still have the decision, of course, whether or not that after those were done, we would then have the decision to be made whether or not the land is sold or, again, utilized for something else. Yeah.
Okay, let's keep going.
And I guess I would just add that, as we go through, the intention of the list was to have that discussion, and that's valuable in its own, because really we're trying to, identify what are those important aspects, right? So we certainly acknowledge the fact that there's a tremendous amount of work could go into that for an individual quarter even, right? So at some point, the general information will be valuable, and then there'll be an opportunity, as mentioned previously, that if there's a desire, then we can do a deeper dive into individual items, and that'll be at council's discretion as we go forward. So those options are absolutely on the table, and we'll take note of those as well as we go forward. So I guess we will transition into the next item. And that would be the draft land policy review. And again, they do all kind of interrelate, so we might find ourselves jumping back and forth.
So I propose we'll take a 5-minute recess and then we'll resume at 10:30. the meeting at 10:33. Turn it back to administration.
Okay, so as the third part, and that were identified, we'd identified earlier, or at the adoption of both the cultivation and the grazing lease policy, there were three items. So we've done the lot sales policy, proposed lot sales policy, the proposed decision framework. Correction. Land sales policy and the decision-making framework policy. And then the third item that's been identified is the review of land policy. So land policy review. So we are viewing this as part of an operationally, we administration continues to review policy that exists at the MD of Tabor. And so as part of the project, we want to ensure that our policies, that operations has clear direction as far as the going forward of any of our projects. And so conflicting policy can create challenges for us as an organization. And so we've identified as part of the project a number of policies that have been laid out. We've included the cultivated lands policy that's itemized as item attachment A, and then grazing lease policy as attachment B. Those are the most current. Those are the policies that are effective on March 1st, 2027 and March 1st, 2026 for the grazing and cultivated lands. Okay, so the second part is listing the policies that are in place currently at the MD of Tabor, and those policies have a potential to be either in conflict or just potentially to not be valid, don't have a valid purpose as anymore with the new policies being in place for lands. So that's we'll just go through them. So again, I mentioned the cultivated lease lands policy and the grazing land lease policy are both the most current policies that are in place. The grazing lease improvement equity policy. So we have had, there's two kind of components that went into the review. We had legal comment that had been provided previously as part of the project. And so we provided that. If there was additional comment made, additional comment was made by administration. And again, as a committee of the whole, intended to unpack and discuss these and try to gather feedback from the committee. The grazing lease improvement equity policy attachment C can likely be revoked, and I'm only just going to read the comment. Likely be revoked if the new attached grazing policy is finalized and accepted as the language from this policy and has been moved over to the grazing lease policy. So administratively, we believe that was done as part of the development of the grazing lease policy and the grazing leases themselves. And I certainly don't want to go through them and not give Brian an opportunity. Brian's worked closely with them as well. So if there's any other additional comment on that, we certainly could discuss that further.
I think what was captured in the new grazing policy was that if land was taking away or the lease was terminated by the MD for another reason, that's when the equity for the improvements on the grazing leases would kick in. So not just when it transfers from, if it was tendered and went into different hands, but it was only in the circumstance when we actually terminated the lease to do whatever we chose to do, sell it or have an alternative use on that land.
Okay, so we can continue through, and again, we can drop back and have discussions on each of the individual items at any point. The next item is the lease agreement policy, policy, and so this one was also commented on. Can likely be revoked when the new templates are finalized and accepted. This policy simply listed the policies that applied, and as a guide for policies that applied to the leases themselves. So it was felt that was no longer required. Brian, maybe you can.
It didn't list the policies. It listed the leases. So it said these are the leases that in whole make up the policy. So it just listed the tax recovery lease, the MD grazing lease, and then the cultivation and the tax recovery, MD grazing lease and cultivation lease. And that was the extent of the policy. So now that council has approved new policies, yeah, that it makes this one irrelevant.
I don't know that there's any way to not use the word policy in today's discussion, but I think we've said it about 100 times or so. Apologize in advance. So we go next, cultivated lands policy, attachment E, lease, or legal comment, the attached is prepared to replace the September 22nd, 2020 version. And so we did provide a comment just that it was the intention of developing the cultivated lands policy that's effective March 1st, that it can likely be, that policy can likely be canceled because it's intended to be replaced by the new policy that's in place. And to continue on, the next attachment F has been provided. That is our prairie conservation bylaw, 1845. So there's legal comment provided, and I'll just read it out. Could remain in place if the MD wishes to enforce the requirements of the bylaw through the issuance of tickets. Otherwise, if the bylaw reflects the obligation of tenants, the requirements could be inserted into the draft lease templates. And I will let Brian speak to that, but I'll just continue on prior to that. But breaching the terms would only allow for the termination of or a default or a claim for breach of the contract. So keeping the bylaw widens the MD's enforcement tools. And that was provided as legal comment on the implementation of the prairie conservation bylaw with the new policies in place.
I just got a question. So it says can be replaced, but in order to be replaced, we have to make a resolution. Right? It just doesn't automatically get done, right? To replace anything, it just doesn't automatically happen because we do something else. We have to say a resolution, we're going to get rid of this, correct? And this is going to replace it, and then it's gone, right? It just doesn't automatically happen on the administrative side. We as a council have to make a resolution, correct, to get rid of it?
In case of a bylaw, you would repeal a bylaw with a bylaw. So in that case, yeah, I would require council direction.
I didn't finish there. I should have continued on to finish. There is an administrative comment made, and it is essentially just a summary, but the bylaw references stewardship of MD of Tabor owned grasslands that are subject to the grazing lease agreement. And so it's focused on those grazing lease agreements. It's associated with them. Okay, we'll continue on. Renewable energy projects on, sorry, and Brian, at any point, Brian, you can jump in. The renewable energy projects on municipally owned lands policy, attachment G. We did have a comment. There's some inconsistent language that will need to be revised to reflect the new drafts and then the two new types of grazing leases, and where appropriate, tax recovery lands. Compensation will be provided to the leaseholder for the acres removed from the lease. Council determine the rate for compensation. We did have a comment that we are provided with regards to it, is that the recently adopted leases that are in place, they're built upon the premise of AUMs, so rather than acres. And so the intent is to have the AUM model allow us, it does provide the flexibility to allow us to alter the AUMs to accommodate any kind of compensation. But currently, I just know currently we have not implemented any changes to the AUMs as compensation. And the policy references protection of native grassland while establishing criteria and a process for the appropriate siting of renewable energy projects. And that's essentially what it's designed on MD Tabor owned lands. Okay, and then the attachment H, the use of municipal lands for oil and gas related activities policy. And this is This one has a comment as well for legal comment on page 7. This policy states that the payments to the municipal district Taber leaseholders to be paid as per lease agreement conditions. And then in the grazing lease policy, there is an MD comment that the oil and gas surface leases loss of use due to damages for the lease area should be provided to the leaseholders. And as well, so that at any time there does not appear to be a place where the amount for this compensation is provided or set out. And that there's a suggestion there with regards to providing more a formula or calculation in the actual policy, if that is the intent. And administration, we did provide a comment is that compensation for damages is negotiated directly. It's directly negotiated with the tenant and paid directly to the tenant, and that's specific to damages. It has been left out of the current lease policy. So including that compensation formula, allowing a negotiation between the tenant and the developers, that has been left out in the current policy and leases. And again, Brian, I can let you elaborate more on that.
I don't know if there's a need, but if the negotiation happens with, say, just for example, oil company comes to us for a oil and gas lease or a pipeline, we obviously receive the benefit of signing up that lease for the lands, but it is referred to the company to talk to the occupant if there is any further damages outside of that lease area, if they have to go in after the fact and do some work on that pipeline or on that beyond the extent of the lease where they spill over into their lands that does impact their crop or their grassland. So that's why that's not in there, I guess. You see, and those damages are negotiated independently of the MD. It's with the leaseholder.
I'm just curious how it works then. So we let them on to drill, which makes sense. We make money from that. So then the lease is sitting there, and so who's in charge of the lease if the oil company goes broke? Is it in charge of the leaseholder to maintain that fence around the lease, or is it now on the MD to maintain that lease?
It still ultimately stays with the oil and gas company to look after that infrastructure, those facilities. But say in the case of that's a very good question as far as who's responsible, because at that point that happens, no one's putting up their hand to say, I'm going to look after the weeds, I'm going to look after the fence, I'm going to look after all these other things that happen when no one looks after lands. So ultimately, I guess we've batted this around several times. Like, what do we do in the case where there's weeds on an oil and gas site? Do we have our ag department issue a weed notice, but ultimately goes back to the landowner, which is us, or on crown lands, it goes to the province, and it really is an effective way to address the weed issue. There's no one there until the Orphan Well Association decides this is a well that we want to take on as part of our process. Then at that point they'll start looking after the weeds and it'll be part of their reclamation process. But until that happens, there are lots of messes out there, as you all know, as landowners.
We deal with this a lot, and a lot of times it's a real hassle when they come to drill. They'll make an opening in my fence, make a gate, and go through, which compromises the integrity of my whole fence line because they've cut it, and they often don't do a very good job of anchoring it. And like, we have miles of fence line that have been ruined by oil companies, and they've all gone bankrupt and they're gone. And now we're waiting for Orphan Well to come in and solve the problem. But as the land, whoever's occupying that land, I have to keep the cows off of the MD, off of the road, right? So there's a liability for the guys that actually have the cows there. So we have to be able to fix it. And we do, right? And even if it's crown land or whatever, because even if it isn't our fault or whatever, if our cows get out on that road and then they get smoked, by, a driver going by, we're going to be in trouble. So the people that have the cows there have to maintain these things because they're going to be the ones that are liable if something goes wrong. At least that's the way we have to handle it on Crown leases. You know, there's no way for me to go to the province and say, you should have fixed this fence, my cow got hit, and so we just go in and fix them ourselves. So I think, I mean, and so I don't know if there's just a basic level. I mean, I think the grazers, you know, would want, say, maybe $300. I mean, we all have this document where that a basic amount is left to the grazing associations or the leaseholders so that they can do the maintenance if the oil companies don't, because it still has to be done.
If the oil companies aren't paying, then do they get anything?
Well, I guess you have that slow process of applying, like, because, I mean, I'm sure we're doing it as an MD, applying to it's not the Orphan Well Association, whatever it is that we get, and it takes years and it takes a lot of time, but at least then they would get their share of it when it finally does come in to fix up. Because I assume if there's noxious weeds and everything else, we're going to want them to be controlled. And we do actually have a lot of our worst weed problems they're all brought in by drilling rigs, right? That's where they come, is off of these drilling sites. And so if we don't maintain it, then it spreads into our land, right?
Mhm.
Brian, maybe you could add to, just from a practice perspective, I think that, like, current practice, would that be what you'd see occurring right now?
As far as what Councillor Tory was talking about, as far as how do you get the money back from, on leases that the companies aren't paying, that have gone bankrupt or just opt to stop paying for whatever reason. Yeah, there's the process we've got probably about 150 leases that we're doing that annually through. It is a long process, especially when you're starting, because you got to gather all the information, the leases, the payments. It's getting somewhat better. It's kind of you had to do it annually to get your payments. You had to reapply every year to do it. They're doing a pilot project now where they're just automatically being renewed unless something's changed as far as the well being reclaimed by Orphan Well. So over time, unless there's further companies that go bankrupt, I see it in the near me 3 to 5 years where we substantially have quite a bit fewer, quite many less than we have today, I guess, in that state. But
So private landowners, though, who have oil and gas infrastructure that's not being maintained, we had AER here and they said you would put yourself at risk if you were mowing their weeds or you clip their fence or clip their infrastructure. So you're essentially not supposed to go in it.
No.
I concur with David. Even our own Mianega Farms leases that aren't attended to, we deal with it. But it was a surprise to me when that was shared with us that having others go into those spaces is a liability for them. I feel that's extremely wrong. If you had a leaseholder or a private owner willing to take care of a degraded lease from weeds or fence, but that we were told it was a liability.
I mean, I guess we maybe could get some legal advice for the MD, but if we did give some of the compensation to the leaseholders and had a policy that if these wells are abandoned or bankrupt, that because we're paying a certain amount to the leaseholders, they then become responsible, but we need to find out what they are actually allowed to do. But the fences, like I have cattle that are in there tangled up in the broken fences, we tear the fences down. Like there's no way to leave it the way it is. And these companies are bankrupt, they're gone. And so I don't know if I could get sued by the Orphan Well Association or something, but it has to be done. And so like we still had open pits that had, fluid in the bottom that cows could get into, and the fences were. So I don't know, like say the oil and gas is a bit of a sore spot for me because the province leased out a lot of these oil rights to, the ones that we had the most trouble with were Chinese companies. They disappeared. They didn't even go bankrupt. They just left. And there's no way to hold them accountable because they're gone. They're in China. And so with Shell and some of the normal, they actually will come back 20 years later and still clean up because we can hold them responsible. But anyway, there is this problem, there's this gap, and the leaseholders are stuck with the problem. And so, I mean, your cows still have to be safe and you have to keep them off the road. And obviously, if there's noxious weeds and they're spreading into the rest of your lease, then you're gonna be responsible for, as soon as it leaves that lease area, then it's into your grass and you've gotta, then they are responsible. And so they've gotta be able to go get it. I don't know what you would say the policy would be on that.
You've identified an issue that we've talked about for years, and who is ultimately responsible for all those same issues. And they say no one, the AER is not saying it's their responsibility. The orphan well is saying it's not their responsibility until the point, like you say, when they take on that well as one of theirs.
Yeah.
So it's not the AER's mandate to deal with weeds. They're very clear on that. So yeah, there's definitely a gap, and then landowners, leaseholders are taking on risk by going in if they are to do some of those same things by mowing or spraying on those lease sites. So that's a risk. I guess the landowners, leaseholders are making their decisions on themselves in those cases.
So I don't know if we can add it to the rental agreement or whatever, but if we do constantly pay for them, we agree to let them come on and drill, and they agree to take payment and saying that's your liability now, we're not liable for the land no more that the oil well's on because we paid you to take care of the lease. To make an arrangement, because when the arrangement got made or whatever it was with the oil company, that it was agreed upon that you would maintain the fence or whatever, so they get some money and then they sign off on it, and then they take on some liability and everybody agrees and we move on. But if we give them nothing, then it's kind of like, okay, we let them on and now all of a sudden we get a fence. It just seems like.
I think it would be nice to have and I know this is a hot topic, but I think it would be nice to have a meeting with the lease associations to go through some of these things so they can actually tell us what they've dealt with on these sites. And there's quite a few issues, but I think it would be very helpful for me to talk to some of the grazing associations and just work through some of the things that are a concern and talk it over. It doesn't bind us to make any decisions. It's just that we can discuss back and forth. And anyway, I don't know what the policy is on how we have a meeting like that, but I would really like to have one.
So you'd like to call a special council meeting to meet with the grazing associations?
Yes. Yeah, and it doesn't even have to be, I don't think we need 6 hours. I think they have fairly concise, the 10 points that they would like us to, and just talk it through, and like say, not making decisions, but then we have to bring it to a vote in a real meeting to make the decisions.
Yeah, but we would call it as a special council meeting. And so
Yeah.
we could make votes. So then I just want to, if you're ready to make a motion on that, but then I'm going to flush it out a bit more of how are you inviting all of them? Because then we need to send out lease. Do we do it by registered mail? Because you indicated you didn't get notice when we were having this discussion, because it can't just be the grazing associations, or community pastures. It would have to be the leaseholders, and then in turn it has to be all the residents because they have thoughts as well. And so I appreciate receiving a letter from the Old Man Grazing Association or leaseholders, but I don't even know who they are other than the 3 who were here. But that letter said on behalf of all MD of Taber leaseholders. Like, is there a signed petition list? So I don't know that answer to that. So, but to have a meeting with leaseholders, it needs to go through council.
Yeah, no, but I think there needs to be a less formal way of at least talking and kind of narrowing down the things that clearly we don't agree on, things that we're like, yes, that we can agree on that. And then, or we don't even necessarily have to say we agree. It's just to understand what the concerns are in a less formal way so that we can actually talk through, ask questions and discuss, instead of feeling like we're perched up here and they're begging down there. I've been in that position and it isn't very fun. To feel like you're begging council to listen to you, so I just want to feel like we can talk it openly. And like I say, I think the letter only has, is there 10 points on that letter? Like, there's not very many.
It hasn't been introduced to this meeting.
Okay,
So, I mean, you could do that. You could make a motion to introduce the old man leaseholder meeting, email that was sent yesterday to some of council, and then it was forwarded to the rest of council. So it could be a motion made.
I don't, did Ernie have something to add first? Or did you, I thought you had something that you wanted.
Well, I was, but David covered it, so.
Martin?
I want Counselor Tory that, I would like to have a meeting that, because I don't want to get in trouble because there's legal matters going on. There's legal matters that I would like to discuss with them because of what went on. So I would like to have a meeting with them to, I don't even know how to go about it, because there's some legal stuff that happened that I don't think we don't need to have an open mic to discuss with the world that happened. I would like to discuss it with them without having to put it on a mic, and because it's kind of a legal issue in my opinion. So I would like to be able to talk to them at least a little bit in private about some concerns I have.
So perhaps I could ask administration to speak to, not specific to lands, but the process of engagement, one with anyone on matters, and then if there's a legal issue. And just try and be in general, so we're not just lands.
I think generally speaking, legal matters council would address, and I think they did it earlier today. In committee of the whole, I think they addressed the legal matter or discussed the legal matter in closed session, so. There's exclusionary provisions based from the AITA that allows for that. So.
Yep, Martin.
So from my understanding, what you're saying is they can come into a meeting and then we can go to a closed session with them then for the legal matter that I'm concerned about?
I guess so. If it's indeed a legal matter, yeah. Council would have to resolve that, but.
I know what you're asking. You'd like some informal, friendly discussion, but we don't have that mechanism as a municipal council.
I have a question. So how did we, and this isn't exactly related, but how did we have meetings with BRID to work through some of the issues related to the irrigation project? What is that? What was that?
We called a special meeting of council.
Okay, so that's the mechanism that we would have to use to bring them in. It was, but I'm sure it was a friendly conversation, right? And you could talk back and forth. It wasn't just a presentation.
Well, I can't tell you what happened in closed session here, but I'll just say it wasn't all friendly.
Oh, well, and maybe not.
Right? Murray was here, like, it wasn't all friendly. So just so that you know, we just didn't roll over.
No,
that.
I understand. It was a negotiation to come up with the business deal, that it's not simple. But the people can be civil, I guess is the word, that we can talk back and forth and not just be presenters and listeners, that we can actually have a conversation and work through the issues.
My only concern is if we have 3 individuals speaking for the entire municipality, that's fine if I understand who belongs to the Old Man Leaseholders Association. Like if it is everybody, if all the leases are identified, it's just one. Or if it's Vauxhall Grazing, like we did at our last meeting where we gave them audience and we had open discussion and could ask questions, that was the Vauxhall Grazing Association. And they chose who should stay in the room, and it was the 2 members of Vauxhall Grazing.
Right.
Martin?
Somebody please stop me if I'm getting into the legal aspect of it too much. Hit my mic. It seems like we didn't have a counselor calling one person in to have a meeting one-on-one, and it did not go well. And it should have, if that was going to be done, I feel all 7 counselors should have been there, and it was done by one person, and it was a one-on-one. It did not go well, and I'm having a problem with that myself. If he felt it was that important, all 7 of us should have been there. It was not handled at all well, and that's why I would like to have a meeting with them just specifically to talk about that, because it was not handled at all, in my opinion, the right way.
I know this is about the place, but could I just clarify this old man leasehold association? We have had all
So,
32 members.
I will definitely, if council can give me a head nod that they're in favor, I'm in favor of that, but we need you to go to the mic. And just to note, this wouldn't be normal protocol, but I think it would answer a couple questions. But if you could go to a mic, please, just because it's a recorded meeting. And just for the record, state your name and who you represent.
Okay, my name is Henry Tolsman. I represent the Old Man Leaseholders Association. So I believe there's roughly 32 leaseholders on this tax recovery land, and we have requested from all the leaseholders that we represent them, and they have signed on with us. So we do have, and this issue came up probably 20 years ago when they were working on the last lease agreement. Everybody was in the room, everybody was talking. And there was just too many people there, so Derek Rosanne and them decided that just pick a few people and come and talk to us or whatever, just keep things a lot simpler. And that's who we are. I guess we're a lobby group for all the leaseholders, and they have signed on with us, so we can represent them with a lot fewer people than having to sit down and talk to 30 or 40 people, which would be a gong show.
Thank you.
But we have had these, like we bought out, and everybody has signed that we can represent them for these contracts. And
Thank you, Henry.
just to clarify kind of who we are and if we are able to deal on all of this.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Lane?
And thank you for the clarification. Just one additional question. Does the Old Man Leaseholders Association also represent the grazing or the community pasture
Yes.
groups?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, and the dry land, yeah.
Quick question, do you think there's any of the leaseholders in the MD that didn't sign on that we should let know as well? Like, could there be 3 or 4 that aren't in the association?
Well, we've met with them all. They've been to all the town hall meetings. So as they came, they signed on, and we have, we constantly do emails back and forth with all, like we have the full list with all their emails, and they're made aware of what's going on all the time.
Just go ahead, Lane.
Just one more clarification point.
Yep.
Does it include the cultivated lease lands as well?
They've requested also that we represent them, so that them names we haven't added, but we could definitely do it. Okay. And if we sat down and talked, it wouldn't be like we were expecting something signed there. We just want to be able to go back and forth. We've heard all the concerns from all of them, and we know where they're at. All the concerns are generally the same, so I think it would be a lot simpler just to talk to a few that have been in it the whole time.
So Council Vauxhall Grazing did come in February, and then we had them just here. So it's not that that protocol hasn't been issued. And I do think we should be careful when we signal out a counselor, whether it went well or not. There's many counselors who are having meetings with individuals, whether it's on this matter or other matters, and that we're allowed to do that. We don't have to come as 7. It's just as long as we are only representing council. Because I have conversations with people who want to build a rec center outside of Tabor, and I certainly am not letting them know that MD of Tabor is got $1 million ready to go with that. Yes.
I am all in favor of having conversations with people, and we need to, as counselors, have conversations, calm, rational conversations. And I don't want to get into the legal matter of it, but me, when I've had a conversation with everybody that comes to me, I don't agree with them all. They bring some points to me and they change my mind. I think, oh, that's good. We're having a good conversation. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Never have I threatened anybody that's come to me. It's different.
Let's keep that. We know that we're
Okay,
going to discuss it
I'm
at
just
1
saying about-
o'clock and closed. So we just don't want to take ourselves into the,
Okay, I'm just saying, I'm willing to have a conversation with anybody, good, bad, I'm willing to argue, whatever, but we need as counselors to remember who we are, and we represent everybody, and I didn't get represented well as an MD counselor, I feel, over that episode.
okay, so again, thank you, Henry, for that clarification. Has admin met, do our leaseholders line up to what their 32 tax recovery leaseholders are? Like I just knew I know we have more than 32 leases holders.
I think we would just take their word for whatever they have.
Okay, yeah, it's
And
not a
unless-
question of, I just wonder if everyone has the same information.
So could we make a motion to have a meeting tomorrow afternoon? Like, can we do it soon? And just so we can know what their stuff is so that we can factor that into when we start going through Lane's list. If there's things that we're comfortable with that resolve their concerns and then we understand what their concerns are, I think for me, that's important information. Like I go back to this thing and I'm working through it with some of the potato farmers in my area, my good friends, but somehow in this process during this last year or two, in their minds, the leaseholders are criminals and thieves and had a way too good of a deal and an entitled group. Like there's just all this negative stuff. I was like, how did we get to this place where there's such a negative feeling toward a group of people that have been following all the rules of the leases? And yes, it was a good deal on the price, but somehow for them to be demonized for it, for me, I want to hear their story. I want to know what are the concerns that they have, and so I just want to be able them to feel like even if we choose as a council and vote every single thing down that they bring up, but that they were listened to and that we were able to talk it through as a new council. I don't know what happened in the other one, so I want to do it as a new council. I want to know what they have to say.
I agree with Dave.
Procedurally, to call a special meeting of council,
Why couldn't you just add them as a delegation today?
yeah, like I'm okay with
That
that.
was a suggestion that was sent via email.
Today?
Gave you the procedural bylaw outlining how you could do it.
Yeah,
And
so you could just make a motion to have them as a delegation. I think best to set a time to
like
give
this
them
afternoon.
an option. We have a meeting at 3:30.
So like at 1 o'clock, something like that, after the lunch break?
Okay, well, we said at 1 o'clock we were gonna deal with that closed session
Okay,
item.
2 o'clock,
but-
2 o'clock.
Yeah, we could, I mean, but you can just make a motion and ask for the Old Man Leaseholders Association to present their email to council or to committee of the whole. Martin,
Just to clarify, you mean tomorrow with the meeting, right? Not this afternoon?
Well, we could do it today is what
Carlos
you're
just
saying.
said we can do it.
Yeah, we could just get it done today. I mean, is that too soon? Like I was hoping not to do a full day tomorrow. The school wants me to come read Christmas books to the kids in the morning since I'm a counselor. So I don't know if there's any way to just do an afternoon tomorrow instead of a full day, but.
Well, yeah. Or come back tonight at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good
I
to
don't
come
know
back.
if staff, so I don't know if staff can do that, but I mean, everybody's busy and I know we had scheduled all day and so just to go ahead, Marie.
I don't know, I think we should just follow the agenda today, and if there's, want to set up a meeting at another date? Cause we're getting off course here today by letting somebody else speak out of the crowd, which was fine, but
Do a
we're gonna be
delegation.
here all day if we don't carry on this.
You do
Just gonna set it for a delegation for another date.
delegation for the council, I guess, next council meeting as an option.
I'd certainly be in favor of that if we could accommodate them during our next council meeting. It opens the door for that discussion.
That would be a closed session discussion? Or open?
Open. So if no motion is made right now, then they have the ability to apply as a delegation in the same format that our policy says. And we purposely didn't have people come during the pause, except for the Old Man Leaseholder Association. We made an exception, but we didn't for anybody else. So I think we should stay with the plan. And I mean, we didn't get that information till late yesterday. Well, I didn't get it till later yesterday. So I think it would be better to have them apply. And if council deems they want to call a special council meeting before that, there is a mechanism that we can do that. But it's just dates are tight in the month of December. Yes, Martin?
So I agree, let's move on with what we got today, but at the end of the meeting, we'll decide when we want, if we want to have a meeting, special meeting, want a next council meeting, we'll just do it at the end. Everybody's discussed this enough. We'll discuss it at the end and then council will vote which way you want to go.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds fair.
We'll continue on with the agenda.
Okay, just to circle back to the, when we finished the discussion around the existing oil and gas leases, with regards to future cultivation leases, administration did make a comment with regards to the future leases as we do new leases in the cultivation leases, that we will be removing the acres from the cultivation land leases, as there are no payments made to the tenants for the oil and gas on cultivated lands lease. So currently that isn't in place, and Brian can speak more to this as well, but in the future, those acres will be separated for future leases on cultivated lands. And then, sorry, I don't know, Brian, do you want to? Then the only other thing that administration did mention was that the policy is intended to prioritize the protection of native grassland while establishing criteria and a process for the appropriate siting of oil and gas projects, again, on MD of Tabor owned lands. We did provide the attachment I, and that's a summary of the legal comments that were presented for detail, just for committee's review, and then a list of questions. And so these were just intended, again, they're in the spirit of committee of the whole and looking at strategic questions that help to unpack a topic. The strategic questions that were listed here, I believe we listed 5 questions, so we can certainly go through them and then again address each one of them individually or go back to them. So as with any approach to developing public policy, what is or are the primary problems that council identifies as needing to be addressed? And so that is one of the questions. The second one was, what is the direct course municipal service that is being provided to the community as a whole with respect to MD of Tabor owned lands? And is preventing grasslands a priority, or is it a priority or local government mandate? And if so, to what extent relative to core municipal service delivery, capital infrastructure investment? If so, is council willing to allocate monetary value for such a priority? Again, there's just so many, there's a number of questions. So if we want to pause it, certainly can at any point. I don't want to just continue on if there's questions.
I've probably said more than I should about native prairie. It means a lot to me, but if there isn't, I'm just wondering, does anybody else have any feelings on this, or am I alone? Because if I'm alone, then I'm wasting my time. I'm just wondering, do we feel like there is some value to the habitat and the ecosystem, because it's kind of in the language of our bylaw and in the documents that we've written in the past that we did have this feeling that we wanted. So I'm just wondering, is that gone now, or, you know, or, so, I mean, I'm curious, you know, people that are out in the hamlets, do we care or not? I don't know.
I'll speak first. Yeah, I care. Yeah, it's harder and harder. I'm not hunting lots lately, but it's harder and harder for people to get around, and it's for everything. I feel the same way about that as you do.
My question is, how do you feel? You don't want to break any of them?
Well, I'm not saying we don't break any, but that if is there some mechanism that we can use to protect some? Like if the contract's already been signed on the big irrigation project and we can't stop that, then do we allow the leaseholders that are going to buy, because if we go to the highest bidder and we don't have any caveats, most of the land, maybe not most, but a lot of it could get broken. I'm just saying, if we let it go first right of refusal, that they'll preserve it. If they have to buy it at a high price, I know that the Nature Conservancy, I have a cousin that's done lots of lands in the mountains with the Nature Conservancy, and he's really enjoyed working with them. But they can actually help some of these ranchers buy some of this land, and then as part of that is some of it gets preserved. So maybe we kind of leave it to the market to do it, but that we help them know the connections that they can have if they do want to preserve it. I mean, I don't want to make everybody angry that's trying to buy these lease lands, that you know, that if there's no legal binding that we have to do the caveat. But it is interesting that because that was all going to be triggered if we sold, not back then. It was if we sell. So now we're at that point. And so I heard this morning as I was listening, driving in, that there's mentioned a resolution. There was a resolution, not just a bylaw, that said the intent of council. Is there any way we can see what that resolution says?
I can actually just read it out.
Okay, that'd be great.
So it's on December 11th, 2007. The header is Tax Recovery Lands Memorandum of Agreement and Caveat, number 16. It was moved by T. Brian Bruin that we forward a letter to Honorable Ted Morton, Minister of Sustainable Resource Development, regarding the Municipal District of Taber tax recovery lands, with an attached memorandum of understanding and caveat to restrict cultivation or breaking of lands should any tax recovery lands be sold in the future to the leaseholder of the MD of Taber, and that was carried.
No, go ahead.
And then we formalized it a little bit more by doing a bylaw, at least for the people that were leasing from us. Yeah, anyway, economics have changed. I think back then we all thought that oil and gas was going to be the big thing. When I came back to the ranch, it was around that time frame that I started negotiating heavily with oil companies to get better lease rates and everything. And then almost immediately it all started to go away. But we thought it was going to be an important part of, so I realized that this has put a lot of pressure on the MD. And so it is, we're trying to deal with a reality of income.
And not specific to that, but every council can change every decision a past council made. Because I would say that any council who made a decision did it with best intention at the moment that they had that information. So to say that it can be changed over time, we just changed our land use bylaw. It was massive, but we've made some significant changes. So to hold a council to a decision that was made historically, I think it's definitely worth a consideration, but we make decisions all the time.
Yeah, I guess for me, I don't know if anybody watches my YouTube channel, and you certainly shouldn't. It's boring, but I go out and every animal on my ranch is my friend. the porcupines, the badgers, the coyotes. I don't like to kill any of them. In all of my videos, it's not even made up. When I pick up a snake or when I'm chasing a badger around, I'm talking to them. They've lived there for millions of years, and I've only lived there for, decades. So to me, they have a bit of a priority, at least to be considered. And so is there some value to having native prairie, or are we going to look back in 50 years and go, what in the world were we doing? Like, this was anyway, so I know there's a lot of people that feel strongly about it that live in the city, but are anybody that are actually out here in the prairie provinces that are rural that think that we should hang on to some of this native? Yeah.
So since I asked the question, I'll give you my perspective. I think if grass is valuable, then an individual, or in our case, we said the grazing associations, community pastures, could maintain it. And so any individual who owns a title has the ability to manage the land the best they think it is and value the grass at that height or not. But is the MD of Taber as a municipality in grass stewardship? And if we are, then we should make a motion to that effect. But if private individuals will keep the grass and choose to use the Nature Conservatory, I have no issue with that. I see value in a diverse ecosystem, but is that our job? Because this discussion today and ones we've had in the past are about money. This isn't about grass, and it is really not healthy to spend this many hours if we're going to get to the same place, and then in 4 more years the decision is overturned again and again and again, and has that potential. So I am in favor of a diverse ecosystem. We know that native prairie is important. Where I grew up, there's a national park of prairie, and that's sand dunes and prairie. So that's where I land. I have no issue that I think private individuals can maintain it, and to give them enough time to have it at their will, then that 5-year policy was put in place, and I'm definitely willing to alter it to do pass down to families. So 3 of us have given you a perspective on grass. I don't know if anyone else wants to.
Like I say, I think the one thing that we need to consider is if we hadn't written the letters and if we hadn't tried to pull this grass into the MD of Taber, it would still be provincial lease. We wouldn't be having this fight about changing the rules because they would be 10-year renewables. And in our argument to get that to the MD, we said we would preserve it. And so if we would have just left it alone, it would all be preserved. There's nothing that we could have done about it. It would be provincial leases and it would be protected. But we did pull it out, and we did get the advantage of the oil revenue while it lasted, and we still have some. And so, anyway, I think if that was discussed more in big public meetings, like all the lease policies, I think we would have people that would have concerns with us breaking the prairie. And I'm hoping that there can be some. I think in the meeting that we have with the Grazing Association, it'd be nice to know their perspective on that, because I think some of the people that are leaseholders probably do want to buy it and still have the option to break it. It would be nice to know what they're thinking, because I assume they still want some flexibility. I don't want to just pretend I know what they're saying. So I hope that can be one of the things we talk about, is the grass part of it when you guys come in.
And it would be good to know, though, that council of the day, if they believed in the grass and the system of the province was working perfectly, why did they want that asset? Oh, yes, they wanted to own the land and be able to manage the destiny of it. And so I struggle. Then I go back to my original phrase that people are tired of hearing me say it: let's give it all back. Because I don't feel that we are being an effective council by being mired in 82,000 acres. And if the province can handle it better, I will vote in favor of that.
Is there a way of finding out what the province feels about it?
We don't want to know. This is a community asset that has come into our hands. We have the responsibility to manage it. I want to move through this discussion, make some decisions, move on. I understand that there's interest in having the conversation about whether there is a need to preserve native grasslands. Let's have that discussion as part of the big picture that needs to be addressed, but it needs to take place around this table and the decision made here. This is an asset that we want to hang on to and manage for the future of the community.
Just so that those who are watching online know that Councillor John Turcato has joined us online.
Can I suggest that we just, if there's more detail on the agenda that we need to work through, let's do that, and then we can come back to working through those, if council's agreeable to working
Yeah.
through those points that were put out there one by one.
Yeah, I was just giving pause since David had asked a question. So, but if no one has anything else, then we'll continue on.
So with respect to the remaining agenda items, they were just there as duplication and information in an effort to try and satisfy provision of information with respect to the previous council resolution. So administration has nothing more to add.
A small question, we can kind of go back to the beginning on whether we're selling or not selling, because that's one of the first things we want to talk about. It was interesting that in one of the Vulcan policies, they only were selling a certain amount per year, like 8-point-something% of the land a year. I'm not sure if anybody knows why that would be a thing, or if there's some value to that kind of a policy.
That would be a follow-up item for me. I certainly could take note of that. Brian, if you have any more to add, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know the rationale for those. for
Okay.
that.
I mean, I thought it was interesting. I mean, it does allow the county to, or the MD in our case, to get some revenue of selling some land, but then it would give us more time to make some of those bigger decisions about what lands we want to sell if we limit how quickly we sell it all. I thought a natural way of doing that is if we did allow the leaseholders an extra term, because any of the aggressive ones that want to buy, they're going to come to us right away. Like, that's going to happen immediately. But those that want more time, maybe there is some benefit to giving them some more time, just so that we don't have it all sold all at once. If there was some, like I say, I didn't know if there was some tax reason or some investment reason why they would do that, but it was very specific. They wanted 8-point-something% of the land was the max they would sell every year.
Just as a point of reference, their land holdings would be significantly smaller.
Yeah, they only got, what, 20,000 acres or something?
Um,
Yeah, that's what I read, somewhere around 20,000, but, I mean, it's still a fair amount of land, but it's not like Tabor.
Yeah, 21,000.
Can I bring one other? The foreign buyer, they had a caveat, something about foreign buyers. Do you know what that was about? Like, is there some restriction? Like, we wanted to basically say in the MD, I think enough of us here that we could work through something related to saying somewhat related to the MD, but they actually had a caveat that made it so that if we sell it to somebody, they aren't allowed to sell it to a foreign investor, I think is what the wording on that caveat was. I've never, or is it illegal for a foreign, because foreign investors can buy land here, can't they, in Canada?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I don't think there's restriction on that.
Yeah.
I would suggest another follow-up item for us, for administration to follow up with the committee on that.
Yeah, I guess it kind of plays into the back of my head into policies that could give some weight to trying to preserve some of the native prairie. If there was things, even just subtle policies that didn't bind people, but gave them some incentive to hang on to the land. Like if we're not allowing people to buy it at some appraised value and then 2 weeks later selling it to a foreign investor, that might give it a better chance of staying as some kind of a local asset of ecosystem or ownership. So that, it seemed interesting to me. They've certainly thought a lot about their land policies as well.
Okay, so it is 11:34. Lane has sent us those questions. We could choose to start to discuss those, if that is the desire of council. We have met the agenda items, but I feel that those questions just follow along with us. I don't believe it needs to have a separate item. We can just, when we go through them, at some point, if there's motions made, then we can reference them. I think they could be discussed just under the land policy review. And everyone has received them? Okay. And for me, I see this as just setting the framework, and whether you choose to answer or not, this isn't a question or a vote. This would just be discussion, and then if motions are made, then we can proceed that way. But no decisions are binding unless a motion is made. Yes, Lynn.
Just in forwarding this, by no means am I suggesting that this is the complete list. There might be other things that we've identified during the discussion that need to be added to it. And I just want to make sure that Councillor Takeda, who is online, is aware that it was sent to him by email. So if he has an opportunity to review it, he can jump into the discussion as we move through it.
I have seen it.
Thank you. So for administrative purposes, just because I want to make sure I don't put us where we're not supposed to be, do you need a motion to discuss these 7, or was I okay with saying we can just go forward?
I think it would make part of regular council discussion.
Okay, thank
Regular
you.
committee discussion.
Just wanted to clarify. Okay, so the issues to address, there is 7 questions. We'll read through each question, and then those who want to weigh in can do so. It's 11:36. We will take a lunch break at 12 o'clock. So the first question, is council prepared to authorize the sale of land?
I'm going to say that at some point, yes, but I'm not there yet.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I got one question on the sale of the land. That kind of, so that's a lot of land, a lot of money. So we discussed about maybe who's got the current leases being able to buy it or whatever, but then we also mentioned an environmental group being able to help you buy it. Is that with our current way we got it written? I don't think that would be allowed because it has to go to the person leasing it. So that, I'm not sure how that would exactly work. I would be great if they would help them, but I think the way it's written, I don't know if they can help them because it has to be directly to the person leasing it. I think the way it's kind of written right now.
Because that would be a big corporation.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what Nature Conservancy, that's a nonprofit. But yeah, it would be interesting to have, I mean, maybe the Leaseholders Association can talk to us. It seemed like there was some information that they've maybe talked to them in the past too. But I think they're willing to go in with landowners even after they buy it. And then I know one of their programs, they pay, depending on what type of land and how fragile and how close it is to cities, between 25 to 60% of the price of the land. After the landowner buys it from us, they get this funding and they still own the land. It just has a restriction on it then for the rest of its, existence, that it's going to stay as grass. So they get, a large portion of that land paid for. A lot of guys use it as the down payment, right? They'll get 25%. They'll make the down payment, and it makes it possible for them to try to hang on to that land. And then that land is restricted, from then on, whoever else buys it. Anyway, but it's more of a market way. People are actually paying, whoever donates to these big conservancy, they have a way of actually preserving land with their dollars. Yep.
Thank you, that helps lots.
I think the previous council probably did, like in any of the conversations I had, I think there is an appetite, even with the grazing association, maybe not the public one, but like the grazers, that many of them do want to have a chance to own their land. I think that's fairly accurately reflected. So now just determining how we do that. So I don't think there's a big problem with entertaining this idea that we're selling some of this land. I think it's a broad spectrum. Most people are want to do it. How it's done, I think, is an important thing that we've got to work through. But I'm open to having land be sold to the leasers because of the background of it, and that many of these families have had land. Taking care of it for generations. I think it would be nice to have it appraised and have a first right of refusal. Anyway, I think that would be nice, but I think it would be interesting, just I'd never even heard of such a thing. What did they call it in the Vulcan one? It was a last right of refusal? Is that what they called it for the neighbors? Like if the first guy didn't take it, they actually had a shot at it? I think that's what it was called, right? A last right of refusal? For the surrounding farmers in that Vulcan program. It would give it a second round chance of it staying with the families that are in Hayes or in Enchant or in Vauxhall. That anyway, it was just an interesting, clever thing I've never even heard of before. Also in that, it was interesting that they listed some of the lands that had been sold. They were appraised, and then they were bid on, and it actually gave the actual selling prices that they got. And unless there was irrigation involved, the price almost mirrored the appraised value, right? Like there wasn't this big run up on grassland, because the economics of prairie grass isn't strong, right? It depends on rain, and there isn't a lot of grass. So I don't think we would lose out on a whole bunch of money if we get a good appraised value and people get the first right of refusal on that. If there's potential for irrigation development, and I don't know how we would figure all of that out, BRID would probably give us at least an idea, but I'm not sure we want to get into all of, which piece could potentially be close enough to a canal or a pipeline. But it didn't seem like they were losing a whole bunch of money or gaining a whole bunch of money by putting it out to bid if we did get good appraisals done.
From my perspective, is council prepared to authorize the sale of land? Speaking on my behalf, yes, that's the direction that we should be going. I don't know that we want to put ourselves in a position where it is all disposed of in one fell swoop, but it's appropriate for us to be having the conversation and moving in the direction of making this land available for purchase.
Mine is that if the leaseholder within the 5 years wants to trigger the sale and have the opportunity for the last right of refusal or first right, whatever language we're using now, I'm in favor of that. I do think 5 years is long enough to determine your fate. And I think the community pastures should remain as community pastures. I don't believe they should be sold.
I'd be in favor to sell some and not too much, but I don't know, maybe some of that underlying, whether there's a parcel out by itself or whatever, which is all by itself, maybe we sell some of that, but sell some, keep the ownership on most of it is where I'm heading.
I heard it put this way, sell some, develop some, and protect some.
Go ahead, John.
I guess I'm in favor of selling as much as people are willing to purchase. If I think by triggering the sale by the leaser, you give them the opportunity to the third-party appraiser trigger that appraisal. Then, if they choose to buy it at that rate, it's theirs. If they choose not to, then it goes to auction. They've already given up their first right of refusal. That's the way I see the sales process going forward. That protects the landowners.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
I just don't know how you decide, okay, we're gonna sell yours and not yours. It's not totally against the thing where we know we need to make some money somewhere along the line, but it's definitely gonna pit neighbor against neighbor, which is gonna be entertaining. But it's also, by triggering a sale, not everybody's rich. So you're telling them, you've gotta buy it if it's a small guy, and if we come back with a price you can't afford, you can no longer farm. So I have a hard time saying, okay, he wants to try to make an attempt to buy it with his family, small family farm, and then he realizes, oh, I can't do it. We're saying, well, too bad for you, we're selling it now. Highest bidder gets it now, and you're done. So I have a hard time with that one, saying a guy's putting his livelihood on the line. When he wants to make a farming decision, I know, and it's on him, but he's literally putting his livelihood on the line. And if we do it that way, where we say, well, too bad for you, you want it, you can't afford it, you're done.
Okay, so I think just in the process of these questions, it doesn't, because we move on, doesn't preclude people from offering more thoughts, because other ideas may come forward. So the next question is, if yes, is council going to take a position on the protection of grassland in perpetuity?
If the protection of grassland is a concern for council and or members of the public, there's, in my mind, ways that this could be done so that not everything is protected, but there is a way to preserve some and ensure that it is there for future generations. I think it would be inappropriate for us, if we're going to be offering this land for sale to the leaseholders, to literally be tying their hands and saying, yes, you can buy the land, but you are not allowed to break it and add value to it. But if there is a need for us to make sure that there is grassland for future generations, there is a way for us to do that in a staged and reasonable manner and still not tie the hands of everybody that might be interested in purchasing the land.
I think it would be interesting in the new year to get the lease people together and just introduce them to options that could help them preserve their grass. Because it's more than just the Nature Conservancy, just so they know what options are available to them. Because I think I really feel on your question that it is going to be hard for some people after 5 years. But if they knew there was some, especially the guys that want to keep it as grass, because the economics of grass isn't good. There isn't a lot of money in grass. And so if there's some people that want to preserve grass and so I'd be happy to have the sales be triggered by the leaseholders. I think at least we don't get into the business of deciding who gets to sell and who doesn't get to sell, except for on some key lands that we need to identify fairly quickly, that we as a council feel are just too critical for us to even offer for sale, if it's corridor stuff or whatever that is. But then beyond that, we let the leasers trigger it. But I think we could preserve grass or save or give some more time if we allowed a second lease option at, maybe it's at a new rate. Maybe if these people aren't ready to buy after 5 years, they have to take an adjusted lease rate at the current, we'll tie it to some index or whatever we do with lease land. And so that they have another 5 years to figure out whether whether they could buy or they could arrange something. I would love to give them a little bit more time than just 5 years, myself personally. Especially since their cycle that they've been dealing with their whole lives long in this whole provincial world was 10-year cycles. That's just the way it's always been. It still is the way it is with the province. And in the verbiage in the letters that I read, it seemed like we were going to try to treat the land similar to what the province had done if we took it back to the MD. So I'd like to give the people that really just have cows and just want to raise cattle. I think it's still an important part of our economy to have calves to feed into the big feedlots and stuff, that we give them just a little bit more time. That's just my personal feeling.
So I could manage with that, but I would like to change it then in its entirety, go to 10 years and have a set rate on 3, 6, 7, and 9, whatever the right number is, so people can plan. But if in 10 years, owning that land, why would anyone buy it if the rate is subsidized? Like, people will be happy to keep that land, but in 10 years, but all I feel we're doing right now then is moving the problem along, but at least I would feel comfortable if we were earning a fair market return for the municipality. But to have another council deal with this in 5 years, if you think it's 10 years, if that's the magic number, then at least in that 10 years, set the price. And that would hold true to the grazing associations then as well. Then we wouldn't have to fight and deal with the pricing. It would be indexed. I'll tell you, I'm not comfortable with the provincial index price right now. I think we've seen market here, but that's my opinion.
I don't, there's one thing that gets the fight going that I think creates the fight. And I don't want to, you say subsidize, that gets residents fighting with residents. I wish we as an MD council would never say it's subsidized. If we say it's a good rate, whatever, but there's so many people that think, oh, we're subsidizing. No, they pay what we tell them to pay. It's not subsidized. Could we get a better rate? Yes. Please never say we subsidize them, because we don't. If that's the case, we subsidize solar panels on the farm. We don't charge for that. We subsidize this. We subsidize this farm. We don't charge, because we can't. But I call it a subsidy. We don't charge a big feedlot. We could, but we're not. So are we subsidizing them? It's so wrong, in my opinion, wrong wording that to say we subsidize somebody. It's so wrong. If we say that they got a good deal, okay, we can say that. We are not subsidizing. They pay what we say. We could say we're subsidizing everybody in the MB that's farming. If we want to say we're subsidizing, we can't change it because it's a legal matter, but.
I hear your language, and I can refrain from using that word, but the triggering number to whether a landowner wants to buy the land is if the rate of renting it or leasing it doesn't make sense. So if it's a great rate, they don't buy it.
I agree, that's a fine way to word it, yeah. If it's a great rate, yeah. It causes fights with neighbors, I think, if you say we're subsidizing. And
John, I'll go to John next. When you're ready, Councillor.
I know that subsidized. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I don't know what other term to use, but if it's less than the market rate, then it's somehow price supported or however you want to word it, but the taxpayers of the MD of Tabor are paying for that reduced rate of return that we could receive in an open market. So I'd like to find a better term to use, but I've yet to find one. And subsidize is the best term we could use. And when we say we're subsidizing farm buildings, yeah, all farm buildings in the MD of Tabor, not just the chosen few. And so this is for very few people in the municipality. And we have grass as well that goes out for tendered rates. And so we know what the tendered rate is. We have, when it's been over $25 an acre, I think it's $26 or $27 an acre has been the average over the last 5 years of what we received in rental rates for grazing. So to say it's by charging $5.70, to say it's not price supported or whatever terms you want to use is ridiculous. And so if you go to a 10-year at that rate, nobody's going to trigger the sale because it's way cheaper to rent it than it is to own it.
Just so that nuts that are new to the MD Council can understand, how many acres are we renting or are tendering? Like, it's a very different equation if we're talking about a quarter section or a half section compared to lease associations that have thousands of acres. If somebody was just trying to control, we've all done it as farmers and especially in buying land. If it's a piece that's adjacent to our farm, we know that we want to have that control, but it isn't based off the value of the grass. But when you're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of acres, if that doesn't make financially to put cows on there, it's going to fail. It's not going to work. So it can't just be based off of, those big leases can't be based off of, so can we know how many quarters are actually tendered, or how big is that we're talking about?
I think of about the 75,000 acres of grass that we lease, 1,200 are tendered, then those are only ones that have been surrendered that enabled us to tender them.
Yeah, so this is a small piece. Then we're talking a few small pieces. And so I don't think that drives this price. Like, I own cattle, I graze cattle. There's no way I could pay that price on all of my grassland. I would be finished. And so it's some people that want some pieces that are located near them, but it doesn't, there's no way that that can be the driving price that we put on all of that land, or the lease associations are going to be done, right? Like, it isn't going to pencil. And so then the whole thing fails. It is partly about keeping grass in our economy, and so it has to make sense as grass. So I think the lease associations, and I think all of us are interested in more than just the provincial rate, but it needs to be indexed to something so that they can plan and they know they can make their business decisions going forward. And it certainly has to be adjusted to the maintenance level. I don't know, on these 1,200 acres, are the people that tender these, do they have to replace the fences and do that kind of stuff?
It would be rare for them to replace them. They're responsible for maintaining the fence.
Right. And that's another big difference, that a big grazing association is actually replacing these fences, you know, because they have them in perpetuity, and it's very, very expensive. Anyway.
For clarification though, the fencing requirement is the same on the tendered leases as it is on the other leases, is it not?
It is. It just states in the lease that they're responsible for the
Yeah,
fence.
so I just want to make sure.
Oh,
I
yes.
get the difference, but the requirement is the same.
Oh, it is, but when you have short-term tendered, nobody's going to put a new fence on. They're not required to, they won't. But the lease association, they do, because they have to maintain this. They can't have, I don't know, I mean, I have 20 miles of fence. I don't know how much fence you have. But if that all comes due in 1 year, that it's all rotted out, it's a huge, that's $200,000 worth of investment. So we do it on a scheduled, but nobody's going to do that on a short-term tender lease. They're just going to put in another little post here and stretch it here, and they're going to get through it. But it's not, so they're not really comparable.
Is there anyone else who wanted to add to number 2?
I'd like to add something else.
Go ahead.
So there is one solution then. You tender it all now. Then you have a true price. That's one sure way to ensure you're not going to be by the residential and non-residential ratepayers to be seen as price benefiting or price fixing or whatever you want to call it. You're not doing that with these grazing lands, because anything other than tendered, if it's lower than that, is exactly what the previous term related to it as subsidized.
Can I give a response to that?
Certainly, of course.
Okay, so I went to our church, who owns land in the MD of Tabor, a big farm north of Tabor, and I let them know that there was 5 other farmers that would love to bid on that big lease, or the leasing of that irrigated land. Nate Cummins currently farms that land and has very long-term, or has agreements with the church, and big landowners don't want quick turnaround, and people that are, I told them, you can make twice as much money on this land rent if you'll just let us bid on it. And they wouldn't even consider it because they want the land to be taken care of for a long, long time. And I think that's partly why governments do grazing associations and leases, is because they want it taken care of. They want the fences replaced. They want this. It's a land management decision. This isn't just a quick, short-term financial decision. This is a long-term land management decision. And so I was surprised, but they totally turned us down. But it helped me to understand the thinking of a large landowner. And I would think as an MD, if I think it's a good idea for us to start divesting ourselves of some of this because there's appetite for people to buy it. But I don't think that on big grazing associations, you can look at it as some kind of a short-term bid thing, because that land will not be managed the way that you think it will in 30 years from now. It will not. It has to be held by people that care about it and that there is some kind of a long-term commitment on the land.
Another consideration is, say you bid on some land and you don't get it to graze your cattle. So what do you do with your herd? If you don't have grass, you have to sell it. And say 2 years later or 3 years later, you get that grass back. Well, you don't build up a herd in 1 year. It takes 5 to 7 years to build up a good herd of cattle that will make you money. And I think that's an consideration in this too, that nobody has said anything about at this point in time.
I agree with Ernie on that one, because Councillor Takeda said, well, let's put open bids. Well, we do that, and then we get somebody in there and it doesn't go. We got rid of the guy that was doing good maintenance of the land. They're good stewards of the land, and now they're forced to sell the herd. This other guy gets in, and our writing says if it doesn't work, he can give it back. And now we lost him because it wasn't good financial sense for him, and now nobody's got anything. Right now we got a good steward of the land, so it's hard to say just put it open bids, because you got a good people running it now. So it's hard to say, well, just put it open bids. So we get anybody come in and it doesn't work out. Now we don't have the guys that were doing a good job, and we lost. I don't know, it's a tough one. I agree with Ernie. You can't just build a herd overnight. We're not in the business of running cows, but we got people doing a good job maintaining land right now that are running cows. And
I just think it would be nice to have this conversation with the Old Man River Lease Association to talk rates and just try to kind of get an understanding where they think could be maintainable for them and how they want. And then we can consider that in our decision and say, well, we don't think that's quite high enough, and we can vote on that as a council. But it'd be nice to know, when we have that discussion, where you guys think we can be, that would be reasonable as long-term, and that the MD clearly needs to get some return on this land. So we need to talk realistically, what can this rate be that isn't going to anyway, they can be a sustainable answer to this question.
Okay, any other comments regarding this question? Then I propose we take a 1 hour recess. Now, when we, during council, we take an hour because people have, and it doesn't say that, like, committee of the whole, what's your preference? Like, I know some of us are good with a half an hour lunch. We haven't really, as a council or committee, discussed that. But I also know that for some people, that makes it a little, not enough time.
15 minutes is good for me, but that's not fair to staff.
Yeah. Okay, let's keep it at an hour today, and we'll come back at 1 p.m. And then keep that in your minds if that's something we want to be able to change so that we can make good use of our time. Okay, so we'll adjourn until 1 p.m. Tabor, December 9th, 2025, Committee of the Whole back to order. Our first order of business is closed session, so someone to end its closed session pursuant to section 197 sub 2 of the MGA, disclosure and legal matters. Okay, so someone to make the motion to go into close.
Motion to go into closed.
Murray, any questions? Those in favor? It's carried. When you're ready, Lace, a motion to come out of closed. Lane moved a motion to come out of closed. Those in favor? That's carried. And we'll continue with the agenda. Back to administration. Oh, we're actually finishing our 7 questions before we do that. Sorry, I just gotta get these closed. Okay, the next question that was asked is council prepared to reinstate the right of assignment to immediate family? Yes or no? I am also fine with that. Lane?
Immediate family only.
Okay.
Yes, immediate family.
My only question is what defines immediate family? Okay.
Yeah, son, daughter, spouse.
Okay.
Yep.
Using the definition.
Yes, I would use the definition. It is, I disputed that at one time because I only farm with cousins. But I also went, okay, we have to draw a line somewhere.
Right.
So that I can concur with that. Anyone else want to weigh in?
That question.
Yeah.
I just don't know, with family, are they allowed, I guess, if you get money however you want to get it, I guess, if it's whether through some agency, I guess it's like a bank, I guess, if you go to somebody wants to preserve it, it's the same thing. It's still in your name, you can get your money wherever you want, I guess. That's what I'm just trying to ask. Doesn't matter where you get it from. If you want somebody to back you to buy it, we're fine with that then.
So this would be a little different. What we're talking about right now is if you owned a lease and wanted to transfer to your child.
Yeah, but it's gonna be all kind of the same related, I think, kind of, like, can you,
This is just on the transfer. This, we're not talking about the sale.
fine, but I just wonder how it's gonna work if you transfer it with an, I don't know, I'm not being clear. I'll think about my wording more. Let somebody else.
Okay, did you text Henry Tolsma?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I just forgot about him for a second. Okay, any other comments on that question?
If we did end up giving people 10 years on their leases and we allowed transfers and people could buy and sell leases just like we always have in the past and how we do provincial leases, it might allow that land to end up in people's hands that are willing to buy. And I'm just not sure why we would get in the way of that market, because I don't buy baseball cards because I don't know why that would make, but people do. It doesn't matter. And leases actually have a market value if it's allowed. I'm just wondering, is there a fundamental reason why we don't want that to happen? Because it just allows the market of people out there to get leases that actually are willing to, buy them and develop them and stuff like that. So if a rancher decides, I'm not going to be able to afford to buy it, but I would love to sell it to like Gauss or Roy or anybody, then they end up in control of that lease and then they can trigger the purchase. Like, is that a bad thing? I'm not sure why that's a bad thing.
So I guess the only reason there's any value there is because of the rate. It's the only reason.
Well, no.
If there's not a reduced rate, there's no value in it. If it's at fair market value, there is no value.
Oh, no.
And by that value being there, whose land is it? It doesn't belong to the leaseholder. He holds the right to lease it.
Yeah.
The owner is 7,900 people. So the ability to sell it, to me, has always been ridiculous. And that's fine for provincial lands. These are not provincial lands. These are deeded private lands.
But if it's a 10-year term and somebody wants to buy the last 5 or 6 years of it, and then they know that they will be able to trigger a sale, then it actually works well for us, because if we give people first right of refusal and at an appraised value, most of this land will sell to the current leaseholders. It just will. If we give them 10 years and let them market it, young guys, new guys that are trying to get into this land can buy those leases from guys that are clearly not going to trigger that, and then they will be in control so that they can buy it. So it would give some of these young guys that want to get into land. But if you restrict the buying and the selling of these lease lands, it restricts a whole bunch of guys that want to have grass from getting grass. They'll have to wait and see if they'll have to wait until the land, the lease expires, and then see whether they buy it or not. And then it could go out to the market. We haven't determined exactly how we're going to do that. But if we just give 10 years and allow transfers, I mean, that's what's been going on in the past anyway. People are consolidating leases and everything else. But I'm not sure why that's a bad thing. Like, my neighbors had lease and they weren't putting cows on it anymore, and I bought it from them and I was able to pull it into my operation. There was nothing illegal about it. They got some money out of it. I got the control of the lease. It's a marketable asset. So why not? Because I think one of the concerns that has been brought up to me is that we want to give more people access to grassland. Well, by letting the leases go longer term and allowing people to buy and sell leases, this market is going to determine who wants to have this land. And they'll just go and negotiate with each other, and they'll buy the leases and then they'll buy the land from us. And I don't think that's a problem. I think it opens up the market.
Your scenario actually leads to the opposite, because you're saying that there's going to be more consolidation. You're saying that, this guy's going to now sell his lease to someone else that can purchase it. So that looks like consolidation to me, and that's what's been going on over the years, is there's way less people involved in these grazing lands than there's ever been in the past. It's been consolidated.
But we do have some new young guys that don't have grass, that are aggressive, that would buy some of this land, I think.
We also have young guys who love to have the rate we're giving to the leaseholders that have had it for a long period of time. There'd be a lineup of them.
Oh, for sure.
So being able to market it to someone else, and the MD not capitalizing on that marketing of it, I just don't understand the rationale behind it. So if you're done with the lease, you hand it back and we tender it out and it goes to whoever bids the highest bid, or we can have a subsidized or supported rate that we then lottery off to young people. There's lots of ways to do this. The ability to sell the lease makes no sense to me, zero. And if you can do that with provincial lease, but they have other sources of revenue to replace that. We do not. There's a big difference between us and the province. That's Crown land. This is not. This is owned by every ratepayer and resident in the MD of Taber. That's always important to understand.
All I guess what I'm trying to say is that the leaseholder rights exist if we allow them to exist, and the province has allowed them to exist, and we have as an MD for a long time. And it allows people to buy and sell this asset. And some of these lease lands are kind of part of farm operations. And when that farmer finishes and sells, there may be some leases related to that, and they sell with the land, or they can sell parts of it to the neighbor. But it works geographically if people can buy and sell their lease land with the farmers that are around them. It's just part of what has always been done. And if we're going to allow the sale of this land, if we get the leases into the hands of the people that really want to own that land, it will trigger a sale. As soon as they get that land, they will come to us and they will ask for the sale. I don't see where we're going to lose any money. There's going to be some small farmers that are going to be not willing to or not able to buy. They're not going to get full value. They'll get $600 an acre, but that had been their right in the past, and it always had been part of the lease world. And so then they get their little piece, and then that new guy, he gets to come and buy it, and we get our piece. So it adds another layer to it, but that's just the way leases are handled. And so I'm not sure why our MD would strip away that ability for people to buy and sell leases when it always has been a thing. I mean, I didn't think I was doing anything immoral or illegal by going to my neighbor and offering to buy his lease. He was happy to sell it, and now I own it. And the government, the province still gets my lease payments, and I still take care of the fences. There's nothing illegal about that. So I'm not sure why we wouldn't allow that for this land. If it wants to get transferred around over the next 5 or 10 years, good. And whoever owns it, if they want to trigger a sale, great. But it does give some young guys or old guys, medium guys that are looking for grass an avenue of getting it. And I think we're not going to lose any money on the deal because it's going to end up being triggered into a sale anyway. That's just my thought.
So the comment that resonates the loudest to me is, so one, I'm not in favor of allowing people to sell their right to lease. So I'll put that on the table. And the reason being is this contract for the last 10 years did not have that in place. And a leaseholder said to me, why would I buy it twice? They already paid to have it, but I said, you paid to have it till the end of this lease contract. Mm-hmm. And so then I said, but you told me you wanted to be the master of your destiny and you wanted to buy it. And he said, well, I already bought it once, so I'm not buying it again. And so I dispute that I really think if someone's done with it and it comes back, they have the right to lease and they're only paying that amount, that annual amount. So when it comes back to the MD, because if it isn't all about money, then it'll go to tender and we'll get the money, whether it was high or low, but we still took care of the lease holder. I don't have that thought process of leaseholder rights, buying and selling of the right to lease. That I can't square that one, and as I include that. And so I felt I'd really come around on that. So I still stand strong by that.
I'd like to vote on it again sometime.
Yeah, I think we
and I think we can. What about that family? I'm trying to understand. You talk to a family that has a cultivated lease,
yeah,
and they're devastated that they're going to lose this lease. If we gave them the right to have it for 10 years, and because they look like an older couple to me, they weren't young. They might be able to finish and they would actually be able to sell this lease that they've probably had for 80 years. I mean, I don't know how long that family's been in that land. They get a token payment, really. It's not thousands of dollars an acre, it's hundreds of dollars an acre. And if we let people realize that this lease, once it expires, if you don't buy it, you're not getting a renewal, then they won't pay $600 an acre for it. It's only for the remaining years and the right to buy that land. So they'll know they have to buy it twice.
So the council of the day, which I was not a part of, knew that and didn't include the right to that they had a lease date. Otherwise they would have had a renewal. Like I wasn't part of those lease contracts when they took that out. So that's why I feel like even if I think back to what the council of that day intended, they never intended for these to continue on and to have to buy it twice.
And that's confusing to me. I guess it'd be nice to ask some lease people, because like I say, I don't have tax recovery land. What did they think was happening? Because provincial leases, that's just the way it is. And it came from the province. I think they just assumed. Obviously, they didn't read their contracts closely or whatever. Somehow they missed that.
Are you okay if I go to John?
Oh, totally. Yeah.
So
John?
you spoke about cultivated leases. You're not allowed to sell them, and you haven't been for quite a while. So that's where there's a little bit of hypocrisy here. And there has been for quite a while. Cultivated leases, you can't sell your right to lease.
In the province, you mean?
No. In the MD of Taber.
Right, yeah.
So there's some hypocrisy, and there has been for quite a while, where you've been allowed to sell your grazing lease, but not your cultivated lease. So they're both municipally owned lands, yet we have two different rules for the type of land. And we have in the policies we have in front of us, we have the same problem.
Well, and I think we should make them allowed to sell in both. Yeah, I'm fine with both. Because that would give that little family a feeling like they had that their value that they thought they were gonna be able to keep forever didn't just get stripped away from them. They got to sell their lease. Like I say, it's a token payment, but for them, it would probably be, because it is just a lease. It isn't, they don't own the land, but they did have the lease and they, anyway, so I'd be fine if we gave it to both.
To speak to that family, I think they would be glad to know that they could transfer to family.
Okay, no, and that's good.
I'm learning lots now. I'm glad to learn lots. I don't mind that idea actually, because we knowingly let land transfer and we knew people were paying for it. So if we set an end date where, okay, it's gonna end this day, it gives them a chance to sell their lease still and get some, maybe some back of their money if they want to get out and get some financial back from what they paid. Cause we knowingly let them transfer it, knowing there's cash payment in place. So if we set an end date, I don't know how we do it exactly, but say, okay, you got 10 years and you can still transfer to recoup some of their payment, because it's allowed to happen. I'm not sure which way to go, but.
I believe that end date was given in 2016, because they were most of them were told that it was not going to be extended. So they already knew. They already knew that there wasn't going to be an extension.
But we can go back to saying that we also intended it to be grass forever back then too. So we can make that decision now.
But that wasn't in the contract.
Yeah, but we can choose to allow another 10-year term and say that, and it's gonna be at a higher rate. We're gonna have to come up with a rate and all those things to make more sense. And I think we're gonna have a very natural flow of purchases happening by the people that want to purchase the land, as long as we don't put caveats that restrict it to staying as grass. Because if you do that, there is no value. I mean, it's just a very limited value because it's just for the amount of prairie grass that can grow. But if we leave the caveats off, so that people that want to buy this land and control it, they can come to us and we can approve it and move forward, I think we'll naturally, over the next 10 years, most of the land will get sold within the 10 years. There may be a few that make it to the end of the 10 years, but not very many.
I'll repeat the question. Is council prepared? Oh, we're not quite there yet. Anyone else before I go to the next one? Okay. See some head shakes. Is council prepared to share mineral lease revenue? If yes, what is the basis for that sharing?
I'm not, oh, you wanna go first?
Yeah. What's the present policy on that? Just in a nutshell. And why?
Currently on the tax recovery leases, the grazing leases, it's $400 per well site per year. There is still consideration in the MD, the old traditional legacy grazing leases that have been with the MD for many, many years. You can get up to half back your rent. And on the cultivation leases, it's zero.
Can I ask why it's zero?
Why was it zero on cultivation? It was a council decision of the day. Those were 3-year leases. They were handled differently than the grazing leases. It traditionally was you could get half back your rent on the cultivation leases as well. The rents were higher, but the rent was fairly reasonable at the time too. So I think they felt the lower rent was likely mitigating for the oil and gas. Anyway, if I was to put words in councillors' mouths, sorry if I did.
Yeah, I have leases in cultivated land, and it's brutal. Like, I've had guys hit them and almost blow up tractors, like, guys in a cab over a well, natural gas, like they could have blown them to. So it's harder to deal with an oil lease in cultivated land than it is cattle. Just kind of walk around them. I mean, we have to, deal with the the fences and stuff, but the actual site is way harder to do. I'm surprised that we would do one and not the other. Like either we just don't do anything on either of them and give them a fair rate, but I would want to make it the same. If we're not going to give it to the cultivating guys, then let's not give it to the grazing guys, but reflect it in the rate. Because it's got to work out one way or another, but to have it different doesn't seem, I don't know why we should treat them differently. Because it's way harder to deal with it with a big, 120-foot sprayer than it is with a cow.
Anyone else want to share?
No, I don't believe they should receive any of the revenue. They're just renting. If I was renting a quarter of land and I had some oil revenue on, I wouldn't give my renter the money, so why should the municipality?
I guess my only question on that is if there's any maintenance required, right? Like if you owned the land and you rent it out, they wouldn't have anything to do with the paperwork or the maintenance of the oil well. And so, but do they if they're leasing it from us? That's because the grazing guys seem to do some of that work. I don't know. Maybe they don't.
All the lease administration is done by myself.
Yeah.
They don't go to the Vauxhall Grazing, for example, to sign leases or talk to them about rent reviews. That's all done administratively through the MD. I think maybe where they do get involved, and we refer to them too. If an oil company wants to do something on lease lands, we ask that they contact them just to let them know what's going on, and if they have any recommendations or suggestions on how they do what they do out there. So, and we give them that consideration, but I wouldn't say that they're hands-on dealing with oil and gas issues unless there's damages, I guess,
Right.
outside of damages.
So back to the maintenance, and so the oil company comes to you guys. So then if there's a problem with the fence, would the lease owner just phone the MD and tell them to come fix it then? Because you don't want cattle in there playing on your oil and gas.
You're talking about the perimeter fences around the
Yeah.
leases, or
Yeah,
like
just the lease. Yeah, just around the lease that you let somebody else in. They're leasing that land now. And so they put up a fence to keep the cattle out,
Right.
so.
I guess there would be some time given to working with the renter on those type of issues, yes, because I wouldn't know that their fence is down and that the cows are getting into the wellhead, or although that's becoming less and less that where they actually have fences around leases, it's less than it used to be. It used to be an automatic that they'd put a perimeter fence around the entire lease and access road, but so those fences are disappearing in time, but yeah, there is some time that is needed to deal with those type of issues, that on the ground type issues, yeah. And I think the rationale for providing the $400 a quarter or per lease was just trying to mimic similar conditions when we assume this lease from the province, because they were, as they are still today, they get surface revenue from their crown leases, and at the time we started out with the same amount, and we were offering $1,500 per well to our leaseholders for the first 10 years. After 10 years in 2016, we pulled that back to $400 per well.
Okay, if there's no other comments, then I'll continue on. If land is going to be sold, should it be restricted to the MD region-based entities?
On this one, it's one that I feel really quite strongly about. There is enough interest locally to stimulate demand and set market rates to meet whatever the market's prepared to pay for the property. Local people have a vested interest in the future of the community. They're here to support community organizations, community facilities, and that's lost when it goes to corporate interests from outside of the region. Not only in my mind should we be restricting it to the MD region entities, whether it's a corporate entity or a family, as long as they're based locally. I think that we should also be looking at the possibility of putting in place provisions that allows the MD to claw back some of the benefit if that property is flipped within a fairly narrow window of time after the initial purchase has been made. There is ways that we can do that as well. I would be reluctant to see us approve the sale and within a few years, this property be sold yet again for a significant markup and the community not benefit from the added value that is realized. And there's ways that we can do that to make sure that the community benefits from the future sale of that property as well.
It'd be nice to know more about what those things that we can do, and as long as we put them on evenly on all the land that we sell, something but that isn't so restrictive that they can't do some development and changes. Like, it has to have a limited life, we can't,
Yeah, I don't like to put a condition on the restriction of what someone's gonna do, one that will change how, if we're gonna sell it at market. Everything in my mind about these leases is to provide the leaseholder the opportunity to have first right of refusal to get it. So when we start talking about this, I'm like, if our intent is to divest of land, then we might as well get the best price. And, as far as I don't want to divest of gravel pits, recreational opportunities, it seems foolish to have to rebuy or even have covenants. I think there is a way to do it ways. Otherwise, we're just back having the same conversation. My intent with selling is conditional to help the leaseholder buy it at appraised value. So I'm not great at this answer on this one. Anyone else want to weigh in on this? And I just want to advise, I will go there. I just want to advise council that it's 1:45 right now, 1:43, and we do have a meeting. Is it at the O&M building or is it here? Okay, so our operation maintenance building at 3:30, and we are hosting, so we would need to be there on time to chair that meeting. It's a publicized meeting, so I would suggest we continue no later than 3:15. So, sorry, I'll go to the next person who had their hand up. Okay, then I'll go on to the next. Oh, sorry, Martin, go ahead.
I'm not opposed to I don't know if you're putting restrictions on it or whatever, but I hate to see us sell that land and then the next year it gets ripped up irrigation. All of a sudden everybody's like, well, you could have, now you sold it and got irrigation. I think there is a way to do it where we don't want to tie their hands forever, but you could definitely put a timeline on 7 years. And when you get it appraised, you get it appraised at grassland value, at cultivated, at dry land value, and at irrigation if it turns into irrigation. You get all three numbers. When they put the offer in to buy, you got all the numbers in front of you. And if they decide, okay, I want to rip it up, it triggers the irrigation price. If they, in that 7 years, I think it's legally and doable to do that. And we don't have to sit and discuss it all the time. And we put everything in a row, and these are the three prices when you get it appraised. If it's ripped up, it's this and this, and then it's done. We don't have to keep discussing it.
I think an appraiser would be able to do that, and that's how the appraised value will be, because you're not restricting its use with the appraisal. So that means that if it's close to water, it will be appraised at the value that something that could be irrigated might be worth. That's what it'll end up at. If it's a good appraiser, that's what he's doing. It's not its current state, it's what it can be.
because that would probably take into account the development costs. I mean, it's bare land, but it could be, it's very close to a canal or whatever. And if they were using proper comparables and stuff, it should take that into account. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Hey, as said before, if you want to come back to a question, but I'll just keep going. If approving a lease for sale, are we prepared to grant a first right of refusal to the leaseholder?
Maybe just to clarify, we're not approving the sale of the lease, we're approving the sale of the land that is being leased. And that's what I'm referring to there.
So for me, if they're triggering the sale, that is their first right. If they're triggering the sale, let's say, and this was discussed earlier too, let's say a guy's got 10 quarters and he can't afford to buy them all at once. So then he triggers the sale on what he can afford to buy. If that's 2 quarters, then he does 2 quarters this year. And he buys those. But when he triggers that sale, in my mind, what happens is we hire a third-party appraiser, he comes with a price. If that person says, yeah, we'll take it, well then he's been satisfied, everybody's happy. If he says that's too high and it goes to public auction or whatever we decide to sell it at, he's lost his first right of refusal because that was it. Right? And so that to me is the first right of refusal, is that mechanism. And so this is what in this question, I think that's what it's talking about. And I would agree that is first right.
Yeah, as long as they're allowed a chance to buy it at the appraised value, then if they can't or don't, you think, or are angry about it, then that's their chance. I just had never seen anything like a last right of refusal like I saw in Vulcan that would give the neighbors a chance because it does keep it in families, in small farms right there. I've just never seen that before. I'd never even heard of it before. It just sounded interesting.
Martin?
Just curious how somebody be able to tell me this how it works. So you put up your quarter beside somebody else and you want to buy it. So it goes to a third party, they give you a price on it. Now your neighbor has the same land, the exact same, everything's the same. He's like, well, that was a good deal. I want that deal. And then the appraisal goes back and that one gets, the one right beside it, it's got to get reappraised now because he just triggered it, right? So we got to redo it all. And that one's all of a sudden worth way more than the buddy across the road that got appraised. I don't know how you do it if in one general area, if it gets appraised, I think it should be for that area, and then everybody else should say, okay, yeah, that I agree with that appraisal, and I don't mind paying that, and I want to trigger mine. If we keep going quarter by quarter, if they're side by side, I don't know, it seems like.
That's a very interesting comment. Like if we made it public, but if they wait time changes price, right? That's the issue. They would have to hear that their neighbor got it for a certain price and go, oh, that's actually pretty decent, I'm going to trigger mine. But they couldn't wait 3 years. I mean, there would have to be, because then we would be using that land that just got sold as one of the comparables. And so it would come in at a similar price. But they would take into account if he's a little bit closer to a pipeline, there are still differences, but it would be interesting.
I think there's differences on every piece of property. So having a appraisal on the neighbor's property as compared to mine might be just terrible. And if sloughs, it might be worse soil. Like there could be a whole bunch of things that making it worse or better. And so it has to be appraised on what you're buying. I don't think you can blanket appraisal anything. I really don't. I think it has to be appraised on whatever you're offering up for sale. So if it's 5 quarters, if it's 2 quarters, if it's 1 quarter, if it's 100 quarters, doesn't matter what it is, it needs to be appraised on its value. And those specific lands.
Yeah, I think, well, I agree, but I think it would be affected by the one that just was sold because it would be one of the comparables. And so I think that would help. But you're right, if there's a major difference in how that land, then it has to be able to be based on its actual conditions.
Any other comments on this? People don't need to hear from me. They know where I land. So last question that we have on this list, there could be others though. If the leaseholder has the right of refusal, council needs to determine how the value of the property being sold will be established.
And that's the appraisal thing we're talking about. What Vulcan did too, right? They would always do two, at least their policy says they would have two appraisers. Is that feasible to do? Is it easy to get two appraisals?
Yeah, I think there's 2 or 3 in Lethbridge alone that do appraisals on land, yeah, fair land.
It would be easy, less likely that they dispute the price if it came, if we used an average of two, it would say, oh, this wasn't fair, there's no way. Well, no, 2 different agencies look at that. And the landowner has to pay that fee anyway, don't we? We pass that on to them anyhow.
Yeah, that's what's being proposed, yeah.
Yeah, the only way I could see it is that, and again, for the benefit of the leaseholder, is use an appraised value rather than going to open market. I have had a lot of pressure from people saying it should go to open market, but that negates what my intention for the leaseholders always was. So does anyone have any other questions or comments? So one of my questions, and we kind of went around it, but is my question on this same issues to address, are you willing to still allow the buy and sell of the right to lease? Like, to me, that's a big part of it. And again, I think we've heard enough comments, but I just know for me, that was one I weighed over plenty when we came up with the past policy. So that would be what I would add as number 8 is, will we continue allowing the right, the ability to buy and sell the right to lease?
Which is the transfer. Yeah, I mean, the transfer with them. And we don't even know how much they're paying each other. We just know what we charge as a fee for the transfer.
Yeah, because for right now it's, I got so many papers. Right now it's $150 per animal unit or approximately 5,000 per quarter section. Is that right?
Yeah, can I just make the distinction between selling and buying? Buying and selling leases is different than assigning to your family. There's two
Yes, for
different-
me it's very
Okay,
different,
okay.
very, very
All right.
different.
I just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure we're talking apples to apples.
So yeah, not that, I am still in favor of assignment to family with the definition we have. This would be more,
And it may not necessarily be family in this case, right? It could be anybody or whatever
Any-
terms you
it
said is
wouldn't-
who you can
if
assign
we
to.
were going to allow it, I wouldn't limit it to family. Does anyone else have questions that they feel is necessary for them to either change or keep the policy the same? So if you have a question you'd like to have council address, this would be a good time to ask it.
Do we take any effort on like we talked a little bit about wind, we have some wind and solar policies that are in that. I mean, I read one document last night and you talked about it today, but now we have data centers, and I think batteries are going to be a big deal, and they take such a small amount of space, because that's the problem we have with wind and solar, is they're only at certain times. And so as the MD, if we could set up a bunch of batteries and make money doing that. I know I think SMRID has a big battery thing that they make money, and they may never even move any of it. They get paid to have that storage available, and it's a revenue source. But we would need to have some land to do these kind of things on. And so anyway, it would be nice to have some kind of policy on that. Thinking more than just solar and wind is what I'm saying. Other utilities that we would need to look at.
But within the current, whatever it may be, current grazing and cultivation policies, there's a clause for alternative uses that we can remove certain acres of the lease for basically any purpose that the MD sees fit.
Yeah, yeah.
I would just ask to, and certainly we can wait till the end, but I wanted to ask if the committee would be willing to return back to question 2. And I would add to it in the sense that the protection of grasslands, the question, the specific question about protection of grasslands is linked to tax recovery lands and the specific resolution. I wonder if we approach that, because of some of the discussion was had into where it's all the tax recovery lands is the way it's worded in the resolution, versus looking at whether or not we ask the question with all and then as partially, just to give us an answer, give some direction as far as, is there an opportunity then to look at possibly bringing some recommendations or bringing some options forward on some additional direction that or resolution that council could provide us to continue on a certain path, I guess, as desired council. So splitting it into the question that's at the table here is take a position, the protection of grasslands specific to tax recovery lands, all, which is the resolution that's been passed previously, and then approaching it again where it's consider some lands for protection.
And also within some of our wording in our prairie conservation bylaw, it doesn't specifically reference native grass versus tame grass, it just says grasslands. And I think there is a distinction between those two as far as how valuable those are ecologically. So I think that distinction probably could be made too.
So can I ask, do you think, I mean, you guys do know some of this land, I haven't driven any of it. Do you think there is some that we really should protect? Like, is there some that's like, this is pretty unique and we need to hang on to it?
I think that's ultimately council's decision.
Just, I can say one thing, I guess. We went through this exercise with the previous council, we did propose some areas where we considered areas worth protecting, conservation areas, and it just basically highlighted the areas that are large blocks of grass, either through Crown and in conjunction with some of the MD land. So it didn't factor necessarily into any decision making, but something that we did provide to council. We could visit that again.
I would not be in favor of any, putting any conservancy on any of our lands without a plebiscite to direct us to do so. Because we're representing landowners here. And I don't think they would want their future capital restricted by a policy such as this.
I think, I mean, I'm not quite sure sometimes whether we're representing the landowners or we're representing the other 98% of the, like we've talked both ways. If we could make just as much revenue by putting Nature Conservancy on it and saving the grass, I wouldn't be opposed to that. But I think as long as we give the grazers the opportunity, the right information, because if people from Edmonton and Calgary that are very, very concerned about our grass are willing to pay money into our economy here, the people that end up buying the land from us could do that. And so I don't know that we have to do it at our level. I would just want to make sure they know their options, that they can preserve the grass if that's something that they feel strongly about. And we help facilitate that maybe by bringing some of these groups in and it doesn't have to be part of the MD, the Grazing Association could do that as well. But just that we give people the right information, because there is money out there to protect grass. And if some landowners could use some of that money and it would help our economy here, well, let's let them buy the land and do their thing. So I agree. I kind of think it would be nice to do it at the next level down.
Okay, any other questions from council? So if not, then I would say we would move on to 5.4, the scope reservoir project review.
Yeah, and administration has nothing more to add
Okay,
to that item.
these are all the, yeah, for those who are watching who might not have watched Committee of the Whole, we have gone through all of these items. But I think if council at this time would like to have a discussion, I have a couple of councillors have mentioned to me they'd like to discuss. This would be the right time to discuss scope.
Any chance we could just bring up the map with all the little circles on it, just to get us thinking? It is very interesting when you have a big block of irrigation like this, that you have a lot of doubles and quadruple corners, some triples. It gives you fairly big chunks of land to work with that are very isolated for other uses. And they would be great spots for wind towers or solar setups or whatever, because people aren't farming around them, but there isn't a, anyway, there's less need to do nature conservancy in these little corners because they're not, anyway, it's harder for the wildlife to actually use these spots anyway because the land has all been developed around it. I think it would be one of the reasons for the MD to maintain ownership of this, because in some ways I think it would be far better off to just sell this land, like get the basic agreement in place and sell the whole project to somebody else so that we don't have to deal with the maintenance of it. And we could end up with, I don't know, if it doesn't have permanent water rights on it, maybe it's only worth 80% of what a regular development would be worth, but we would make more on interest than holding it. But if we can do other things with some of this land in between the circles, it could be it could end up being a very good thing for the MD long term if we build utilities. Like even if there was a wind tower in every single one of those corners, that's a lot of wind towers. And but I know based on the ones that we've built, we were building them on single corners, not on quadruple corners. And we're, it's lots of room for solar as well. And it isn't in an area that you really wouldn't want to put solar. You're not getting good production out of those corners.
I think this council has never had that discussion, so that's something you could bring forward or someone might bring forward to us, but we had so much to get through to this level of the project that those extra revenue sources weren't even discussed at this time.
Can I ask who's doing the design on the pumps and all that kind of stuff? Is that BRID able to kind of do that?
I think BRD's done the preliminaries work on that. They've done some surveys to get elevations and trying to, in attempts to design what the pumps would look like. But ultimately, I guess it's probably likely fall upon the irrigation company that gets the bid, the bid to build the pivots and the lines.
But that bid hasn't been assigned yet?
No, we're not there yet. Still.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, sorry.
On these blocks, I see there's 5 blocks, and then there's the 3 pivots that are by themselves in the middle there. Is that a separate, are those all bid on separately? What's the idea behind that?
I think initially,
configuration.
Yeah, I think, John, initially that was the intent. The blocks would be done as a group, and then that would maybe leave 3 for smaller operators to bid on. And I proposed it that way when we were looking to tender it out in December. And Richard's thought was why we want to do that. So I don't know. That's a decision that has to be made between ourselves and the BRID, I guess.
With that, I guess if you were decide to do that as a block, then that'd be a block of 3, and then there'd be 5 blocks of 4. Is that right?
And that would change how we configure the main lines in that. It
Okay.
wouldn't, because right now it shows that there's independent lines main lines that run to each pivot center. Like, I guess Richard's thought is that you put your hand up, you say you want to bid $800, you could have every one of them if you want. But if he only wants block 1 and block 5, they take that and throw it back in the pool until they're all gone. So
Yeah, I was wondering, are you restricting how many they can bid on, or?
I guess simplicity, if this all goes, if one guy wanted to do it all, it'd be pretty simple to work with one person too, but.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on this project? Okay, then we will continue on. Arliss, I just need some direction as far as the 3 items in closed session. Those are all the same as what we had at last committee of the whole closed session. So were you wanting us to go in, or that's a council-driven directive to go into closed if we want to further discuss those?
That would be council driven. We just
Yeah, repopulated.
repopulated it.
Yeah, and that was at our.
Organized it a little bit
Okay,
more
and
clearly.
on number 5.5, land management strategy project summary. Did you want to
got
speak to
nothing.
anything on that? Okay, councils, so at this point, we've had an opportunity to review the materials again, had a bit of discussion. I heard through conversation that you'd like to give Old Man Grazing Lease Association an opportunity to speak to council. They weren't available today. So the next steps are, how do you want to proceed? As I mentioned at the beginning, right now we have a grazing policy and a cultivated policy that are on the books that will be enacted when the leases are concluded. Some have expressed they would like to make some changes. I have one specifically I would like to change. So at this time, we can make motions to recommend to council, or if you were wanting to wait till the next council meeting, that would be fine as well, once you've heard from the Old Man leaseholders. But it is at this time that Committee of the Whole normally gives a recommendation to council so the administration can start to make preparation for items that council will discuss. It does not bind you to it.
I would like to motion that we arrange some way of meeting with the Old Man River Grazing Association, whether that's at the next council meeting or a special meeting. I mean, we could have Arlos or one of us talk to them and see what works for them. I just want to hear them before we make the changes, and then obviously we're going to make our decisions based on what we all feel and vote on, but I'd like to hear them.
So I'm gonna, okay, I'll go to you first, John.
So we have a number of other people that have been waiting in the queue. Well, we've already heard from the Grazing Association. So there's a number of people that are waiting in the queue to talk to council that we put on hold because of the resolution from November 12th, was it? So until we've got that satisfied, I don't think making arrangements to talk to anybody.
You don't know, but we have a recommendation to council that
there's-
that's satisfied.
Yeah, we lifted it.
Sorry,
Yeah.
that I should have let you know that.
So yeah, I think those people should all come into whenever they want to meet with us too. Yeah, I agree.
I'll go to Lane, then Martin.
Well, in addition to what David has said, I was going to suggest that during the December 16th meeting, that we also deal with the request for reassignment of leases, and we've got the question that has been raised regarding the purchase of a cultivation lease. That needs to come before council as well. But after we have had an opportunity to hear from the Old Man Leaseholders Association, then we would be in a position to start directing or providing direction for administration on the specific amendments to the policies that we would like to have brought back.
So just a question for clarification. Under our current policy, could any of those that are requesting to buy their cultivated lease or grazing leases do that before the new ones kick in? Like, is that part of the old policy that we could actually sell, or is that something new?
It's not in cultivation, but Arliss, I'll let you speak to it, or whom you want
Cultivation
to speak to.
The cultivation policy becomes effective March 1st to 2027.
Okay, so,
So whatever our current lease structure outlines.
okay, so
Currently, there's no consideration for selling of cultivation leases in their current.
So those ones would
policies
have
or
to wait a
leases.
little while anyway. I'm just wondering if we have enough time to evaluate whether we want to sell them or not, right? Or they trigger that they want to, and then we start looking at it or whatever, yeah.
So I'm gonna go to David or to Martin first, and then we'll continue the conversation.
I hope there's not a misconception that we're prioritizing one over the other. The only reason we're trying to deal with one is because they expired a couple months. The other ones expired in a year and a couple months. So we're not saying one's more important than the other. Some people in the community think we're prioritizing one over the other. We're not. We have to deal with one, and their lease expires in 2 months. The other's a year and 2 months. So that's kind of why we're trying to sell one faster than the other. It's not because we think one's more important than the other.
So we have a motion on the floor to direct administration to make arrangements for the Old Man Leaseholder Association to speak to council, and I know we're not supposed to do friendly, regarding the email that was dated.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Regarding the email dated December 8th. That does not preclude others who have made application to come and speak. So that is the motion that's on the floor. And then my question to administration and my concern for the grazing leaseholders is, so we'll have those presentations on December 16th. Then council may choose to make changes or not. And then we will wait for administration to bring us to reflect changes that may or may not come. Is that adequate time for the leaseholders? Or do you need us to schedule a meeting before the end of the new year? And because it is going to get challenging to find a date, we couldn't even find a time tomorrow that everyone isn't got something going on.
Just curious if there are some more significant, some of the constructive criticism we've gotten in the past when council had changed policies, was that it didn't give much opportunity for public consultation. Is there any appetite for council to consider that if they're going down a new path now to do that? Just keeping in mind our public participation policy is why I'm bringing that up, really. So I know it doesn't answer your question from a time perspective. If council has to look at a stopgap measure because they run out of time, well, I guess they'll have to look at that. But
What could be a stopgap measure?
I don't know, extension for a year?
Extend the lease by a month?
Or yeah, 6 months or
Okay.
a season. I don't know.
Okay, I just really wanted to know
I'm
what
not saying
that
that
could look
should
like.
be it. I just don't.
I know that's,
Yeah.
but I wanted to know what provision we have.
2 months ago we had a policy, right? Or we have a policy.
Okay, so the current motion is that administration arrange with Old Man Leaseholder. Oh, I just don't know if I'm fumbling that. I'll just wait till you have that up. And grazing to present to council regarding the December 8th email. I'll just wait. I feel like I'm fumbling.
Just say OLA, Old Man Leaseholders Association.
Okay. Just check that, David, and see if it meets, and then I'll read it out if it is what your intention is.
Yeah, I guess my only other thought is just, or at a time earlier than the 16th if it could be arranged. Like, I just want to make it so that we can actually visit for a little bit. So I mean, I would be fine with tomorrow afternoon so that maybe we could actually do some of the business on the 16th, but I know everybody's busy, so. Just that we communicate with them and we try to set up a time to meet, yeah.
It likely follows our plans better to do it this way, and then anybody who wants to speak to council can do so the same time.
Yep.
This would be definitely as a delegation, whereas other people may come to speak to council. Okay, so the motion currently reads that the Committee of the Whole extend an invite to the Old Man Leaseholder Association representatives to the December 16, 2025 council meeting regarding the email that was sent to some of council on December 8, 2025. Any questions or comments? Oh, sorry.
Just two minor revisions here. I'm suggesting that instead of the committee of the whole, it should be council extended invitation. And that was the email that was sent or restated to the email that was submitted on December 8th, 2025. It was true, it was not sent to all of council. All of council did receive it. It was submitted on December 8th. There's no point in distinguishing between who did and didn't receive it on the initial
So I
submission.
think, yeah, I'm good with that. David, are you good with that?
Totally.
And then, but I do think that council can't do that. It would be Committee of the Whole has to extend the invite just because that's where the body we're in right now to the council meeting. Are you okay with that, Lane?
Well, it's a matter of semantics, but council is meeting as committee of the whole. This is a council committee of the whole meeting, and it's council that makes the decisions. But that's fine.
Yeah, I don't, either way, it doesn't bother me, but I just was trying to keep in the practice that we've done in the past. Okay, so David, you're good with that minor change?
Yeah, I'm good with that minor change. I guess I'm still, I want to be able to communicate back and forth with the leaseholders so that they feel like we actually heard them and we were able to discuss back and forth, realizing that they represent a large body of the leasers in the MD, not just 3 people, and that they have, and there could be massive disagreement on this, but they have stewardship this land for generations. And so I just want to hear, because they have all the experience, and I think that a lot of the policies that were made in over the last couple of years were done by non-leaseholders with public input, but very little input from the actual leaseholders. And so I just want to get that input. It's not mean we're going to agree with them and do what they say, but that we listened and that we see is there merit to this, and if there is merit, that they have a chance to defend their situation. And I'm just not sure that a full regular council meeting gives that ability for us to just communicate with each other. I don't want there to feel like there's barriers. I want to learn from them, and then we as a council then can. So I would, if we can have an informal time there, but it seems like council meeting is fairly formal, and it would be just nice that they felt like they were treated like equals as neighbors, and we got to talk for a little bit.
I don't have a response because I don't know any other mechanism that I have been exposed to here.
Like, can we have a special council meeting for an hour? Like even an hour together, there's not very many points that we can limit it. It doesn't need to take us a whole day or anything, just so that we can, anyway, people like to feel like they've been heard.
Well,
and
it isn't about liking them to be heard. We have chosen, if we pass this, we have chosen to hear them, but there is it would still be advertised to the public and anyone who would want to come. So if you want to change your, this is on the floor right now. I'll go right to you, Martin, but I think it was just timing is what everyone was looking at. Martin.
I would like a special meeting, so tomorrow at 1 works for me. If we only for an hour discuss it and put it out to everybody, I'm available at 1 tomorrow.
I think it's too bad committee though. It's already scheduled.
Just to clarify, if we do it tomorrow, it will need to be a committee of the whole meeting because we can't just make a motion in a committee of the whole to hold a special meeting of council tomorrow. And we already did set aside today and tomorrow for committee of the whole discussions. So if that's what we're doing, that's what it would need to be.
You would do it in committee of the whole
Sure.
at 1 o'clock then?
I think we're able to have a discussion.
Well, it's the same format as this.
Yeah.
So then we already have that meeting in place, so we don't have to make a motion. We don't have to, we can keep this there to extend the invitation, but it doesn't require us to do a public notification because we already have notification. Arliss, before I go to you, John, I just want to ask Arliss. So that would be it. We also would need a motion to amend the agenda to include them, because we were just going to continue on with this motion or this agenda. We were not going to close the meeting. So then we would just do an addition to include the Old Man Leaseholders Association. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
Sure, that works.
I just want to make sure logistically I have this right. Okay, so just for now, there's a motion on the floor, but I'm gonna go to John.
Just wondering if this invitation would also be extended to, there's at least two people I know of that have been waiting in the queue since November 21st. Would this invitation also be extended to them?
The meeting is open for the public to attend. Anybody that has an interest in what we're going to be discussing can come in. And if there's a need for us to hear from others, it's open.
Okay, I'm just trying to think of this logically as far as how we advertise this and how we let people know and be aware. We don't have to advertise the meeting. We'll make an agenda change, but Arliss, could you please help me on, if we're gonna open it up to anyone who wants to come, they've seen the agenda, they may not be aware. Do we just publicize it on our social media? Do we send it to, I just wanna make sure I don't miss something, that we don't back
get-
ourselves into a corner.
I guess if committee adopt or amends the agenda to add the delegation, we can reflect that on the website.
Okay,
So can we extend the invitation to those other ones to come at 2 and 2:30 or like every, that kind of thing? We each give them a time slot, so it's not a, mosh pit that, we're dealing with one thing and then we're dealing with the next thing.
I'm looking at you, Arliss.
I-
I know,
I'm
I know,
sorry, Cal-
I realize we're putting you on the
Procedure is so
spot.
far down the tube.
I get it, and that's why I'm feeling some, I'm definitely feeling some angst about it,
So
but that's why I just want to make sure that
Do
we
as, do
cover.
as you feel comfortable at this
For-
point.
for the ones
I've
that are
tried my
waiting-
best to provide advice.
For the
Okay,
ones that have
thank
been
you.
I
waiting in
hit
the
my
queue, I
limit.
see this as a little bit disrespectful, giving them less than 24 hours notice to be able to appear. They were all under the understanding they'd be possibly coming on the 16th if we took the pause off. So I don't know that there's any benefit to allowing one group to speak to us tomorrow. I really don't.
Well, and if you recall my email, I'm gonna go back to it. Someone else has something they want to say, I can speak while I. It is not lost on me that this group also asked to speak today, but because of the pause, we said no. And so the council meeting is the right place. And I know that everyone feels like, well, we'd like to get this moving along, but I just worry that if we rush something, oh man. Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna rush anything. We just want to hear them, and then we can take our time to change the policy. I've been hoping we could have this discussion ever since I got elected, so this isn't a new last minute thing. And I mean, I think we can vote on it if there's, on the motion, if we don't want to do it, we can vote on it and not do it.
John?
During the pause, we've already heard from this group, so now we're gonna hear from them again. So that's where my problem comes in. So during that pause, we put people in the queue. So I just see this as procedurally totally upside down.
Okay, but this morning, we talked about it and we felt like we need to get moving. We lifted the pause. So the pause is no longer in place. And there was lots of discussion going on in meetings, even at the council, coffee with council. There was a lot of discussion about leaseholding. I wasn't there, and that was during the pause. There was private meetings. There was a lot of discussion going on. When that motion was given that we couldn't discuss things, there was a bunch of noobs in the room that didn't realize what was happening. I didn't realize that we were going to be restricted on discussion. Anyway, so I felt like it was a little bit of a trap. So we want to discuss. I want to hear. We can vote on it. If there isn't 4 people in the room that want to listen to the Old Man Lease Association, then we don't have to do it.
For me, it's not that I don't want to listen to them. It needs to be at the proper time, though. And then the 16th is the proper time, because that's when we've postponed everybody else to. So cutting the queue is the wrong thing to do because other people haven't had the opportunity. That's where my problem comes in. I'm fully in favor of listening to them.
Martin?
I don't think there's no harm in listening. We want to get our policy in place that we as a council want to decide by February. This will help us decide which way we want to go. We may not listen at all what they want to do. We may go a totally different way. We're just trying to get our policy set. And if we wait till the 16th, maybe we want to make the policy by then. But if we don't hear from them until then, well, then we got to discuss again, then we're going to wait again. And this is just a way to help us speed up one. We're not prioritizing one over the other. One comes due in a couple months, and we're trying to get that one solved sooner than later. It's not that we're prioritizing one over the other. We got a chance to hear from them. We may not listen to anything they say. We may listen to some of what they say. We're just trying to get it done so we can make a decision on the 16th.
So I just went back to my email that I sent on Thursday, December 4th, and my opinion at that time was, my position is that delegation should not be permitted at I said December 9th Committee of the Whole, which would transfer into December 10th. The meeting is open and live stream. All of council has received the email. I have several emails and information from the Old Man leaseholder, and I factor that in every time. And now we have their points. So are we expecting more points at a different time? If we allow for one, guys, we require everyone. We let Henry speak today. If Henry wants to read through that email, we've already thrown caution to the wind here. So they don't have their people ready today, but then tomorrow we don't have everybody ready to go. Like, I don't know who we accommodate. So I am getting a bit anxious about this, and that's why I'm asking Arlos, but he's also just trying to provide us a very direct guideline. But there is a motion on the floor right now. And so if we're ready, I'll read it out and then the vote can be made. The motion reads that Committee of the Whole extend an invitation to the Old Man leaseholder representative to the December 10th, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting at 1 p.m. regarding the email that was submitted to Council on December 8, 2025. Any comments or questions? Murray.
So I'm just wondering, is this meeting at 1 o'clock tomorrow, at 9 o'clock? Because I don't see any agenda that's come out for a meeting tomorrow. It's in our calendar, but just a question. Or is it gonna be the same agenda as today?
Yeah, it'd be the same agenda as today.
So I will vote against this motion, not because I don't want to have the Old Man Leaseholder Association information. I'm thankful I received the email. I'm voting against it because we already have a email discussion on whether we should allow delegations to come forward. And there was one person who said yes, and one person who said no. And so I am the no, and I will be staying with that reason. And it's based in policy, not about the group. I'll go Martin, then Lane.
I'll vote in favor.
I'm wondering if there would be interest in amending the motion to, instead of meeting on December 10th, to invite the parties that are interested in meeting with council to present during the December 16th council meeting.
Lane, are you proposing an amendment to that motion?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So it would not be just the Leaseholders Association, to invite all interested parties wishing to present to council during the December 16th, 2025 council meeting.
Okay.
Just a comment, since it's my motion. I think that that's always been on the table. It's a regular council meeting. They can come. I'm asking if we can have, I'm obviously asking for a special exemption for the people who have lost the most out of this whole lease thing that's happened in the last year, and I feel that pain. And so I'm just wanting to give them a little bit of time to talk through, not just in email bullet points, why they feel they do about those different bullet points. And so we can vote it down, but at least then I did my conscience to giving these people a chance. So I'm happy to vote on it, and then we can invite them to the 16th if that's the will of the committee, and I'm totally fine if that's it. It's just, I feel personally that they have that right, and that doesn't have to be the 10th, but it has to be some time that's not just in a rigid council meeting that we can talk to each other. That's what I'm asking. If we need to do it a different day so that it's not part of committee of the whole, I understand that. But that's my motion, and if we vote it down, I'm totally fine. I just wanted to have a chance.
So Lane has made an amendment to strike extend an invitation to all parties that would like to make a presentation extend an invite to all parties interested in the land management plan to December 16th, 2025, regularly scheduled council meeting. Lane, is that your amendment?
Yes.
So at this time, I will ask if there are any other comments on the amendment. So the amendment reads that Committee of the Whole extend an invite to all parties interested in the MDT land management plan to the December 16th, 2025 regular scheduled council meeting.
Can I just make one comment? Thank Arlos and them for giving us training on parliamentary procedure, so I actually know what you're doing now. That's very cool. It's an amendment. We get to vote on an amendment. Would have had no idea before.
Okay. Those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? That amendment is carried. So then we are back to the original motion with the amendment. So the original motion, the motion will now read, Committee of the Whole extend an invite to all parties interested in the MDT land management plan to the December 16th, 2025 regular scheduled council meeting. Do I need to include regarding the email that Do I need to keep that in? The Old Man Leaseholder Association?
I don't think we made the amendment. Change your amendment again.
Is it?
Well, it only struck part of, yeah, we didn't strike all of it.
Is it really necessary? Because
Right.
it's included in all parties.
So the motion is on the floor. So the motion, I would say, reads that the committee of the whole extend an invite to all parties interested in the MDT land management plan to the December 16th, 2025 regular scheduled council meeting, including the, well, no, I better leave it. Better leave it. Yeah. Okay, any comments or questions on the motion? Yeah, I'm worried about procedure.
Yeah, so just to clarify, the intention is that they will be given the opportunity to attend and present. And we will be able to discuss with them during that meeting issues that they want to bring to council's attention.
And I would just like to make it really clear, that's why I voted for the amendment. I'll be honest, I don't really care to hear from the other ones. I'll admit my bias. But to be fair, we need to hear from them.
Thank you. So Arliss, procedurally, all I need to read is the amendment? Okay, thank you. So the motion reads that Committee of the Whole extend an invite to all parties interested in the MDT land management plan to the December 16th, 2025 regular scheduled council meeting. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Okay. All right, so is there any other motions that council has that they would like to have come out of committee of the whole to recommend to council at this time? Yes.
Thank you for asking that. I would like to move that we ask administration to place on the agenda the request from the parties that have sought approval for assigning leaseholder rights so that we can deal with that. And that we also have on the agenda for the December 16th meeting, the request that has been submitted from Brian Hildebrand requesting a cultivated lease that he has.
Thank you for that motion. There is others that Arliss has held, but I don't want to impose on your motion. Because I think the other one, the first motion meets them.
Okay.
Arliss, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I guess I expected there's only two others that I would.
Right.
That I'm aware of that have
Okay,
asked to
well,
speak, so.
I'll expand the motion to include others. I wasn't aware of all the others that were there.
Okay.
But
So any that have been put on hold, that we bring them forward for discussion and consideration during this December 16th meeting.
We'll give you a moment, Lace, but then like between Lane and I and Arliss, we could make sure that that meets with Lane's request.
Can I amend the I'm just kidding.
I was like,
I'm just trying to be a parliamentarian.
Yeah.
that's probably quite a course.
Especially from this morning.
So quick question with respect to the, oh, where did it go? The last resolution that committee of the whole made. Invitation to invite all interested parties. Is there some redundancy there with respect to what you were just asking, Councillor Johnson? Sorry, I'm just,
Well, this next motion that we're dealing with, they don't necessarily even need to be in attendance. We just need to have it placed on the agenda. If the individuals want to attend
Oh,
while we're
okay.
dealing with it, that's fine. But I'm specifically asking that those matters that we have suspended action on be placed on the agenda for consideration by council.
okay, so that would include the previous lease assignment requests and other land-related requests? Is that what you're asking?
Now, I have a question on that. Wasn't a lot of that just in closed session so far? Some of those purchases of land, wasn't that all?
So I know of two who've asked to address council, and they were told to wait till the
Oh,
plaza
but
was done.
they're fine going public with their request or whatever. or
Yeah, I
whatever they
don't know
want to
that
say.
they're gonna say
I
the
see.
same thing.
I see. Yeah.
I don't know that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for
They
sure.
just
Those.
wanted to know when can we,
Yeah.
What I think, if you can confirm what you're asking is for the previously placed agenda items to come back.
I'll let you just take a moment with that. Okay. Okay, the motion reads, the Committee of the Whole direct administration to add all previous lease assignments and other land-related agenda item requests to the December 16th, 2025 council meeting agenda. Any comments or questions? Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Okay. Anything else? So I just want to double check with administration. Have we met all of the items on the Committee of the Whole agenda?
I think so.
I'm looking for a yes or a no.
It's up to you.
Okay,
guys.
well, with that, we need a final motion. And just before I get that motion, that means we are not continuing the meeting on to December 10th tomorrow. This will end the Committee of the Whole meeting. So a motion to adjourn.
I move meeting adjourned.